Good evening, everybody. Sorry for a little bit of a later start. I think I'm still within the hour, but just barely. And the excuse for this is actually I was watching Brace Yourself Games, the people who have made Industries of Titan. They're currently streaming right now. They've got a number of demos that are up. And so Phantom Brigade has a demo. Obviously, Industries of Titan has been released, so I don't believe there is a demo for it. But tell you what, I'm going to take a look. Where are you? Where is it? Yes, so no demo. Um, dear. Sorry, just taking a quick look. Hmm. Sorry, I made the total mistake of um, I made the mistake of looking at the reviews when I went to the Industries of Titan page. So unfortunately, since I put out a recommendation, if you have Titan and liked it, to maybe leave a positive review, because it seems like there'd been kind of a surge of negative reviews, which had taken it to mixed in recent reviews. Unfortunately, it's turned the opposite way. There's actually quite a few more negative reviews than positives in the window. I naturally think that that's unfair, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about it. But one of the worst things for me has just been I don't really feel like a lot of the complaints are fair ones. I do feel that there are complaints that you can make about Industries of Titan. So for instance, the PC Gamer review, I felt the score was lower than the game sort of deserved, but I'm not entirely sure the things that they complained about were things that were unfair to address. Um, my in fact, I would maybe argue that they are things that I am not particularly fond of in the game. So, like, for instance, one thing they sort of pointed out is that when you have your campaign goals, sometimes you'll wind up with something like build 11 hospitals. And it feels kind of like make work. And I actually think that that's a fair criticism of the game. I don't know if this had been sort of a long term plan for the game. And, there's something that maybe would have made 11 hospitals a little bit more natural. Or if it was more the fact that because there were a number of goals that had been put in, and the idea of raising the tiers, that this is just sort of something that came out as a result of the campaign system, or not the campaign, the new victory conditions in that. I'm not entirely sure that something like that is everyone's sort of ideal scenario. But on the other hand, I also like whenever I encounter those, part of the strategy becomes avoiding those goals and instead finding other ways to sort of achieve what I was looking for. So, it's something that I, through my gameplay, try to avoid, but I also find avoiding stuff like that to be, part of the way that I play it. So, um, whether or not that's something that should get a very heavy weight in the reckoning, I have some differences of opinion on that, both from presumably some of the players as well as as well as that particular reviewer. But like in the end, this is the thing, right? Everyone is going to have their uh, like their take on a given game. They're going to have sort of um, if you like a game, you're gonna really dislike it when people don't like the game or say that they don't like things. And when you don't like a game, everyone who likes it is obviously an idiot or doesn't have good taste. one of the things that I've been a little unhappy with is that when I've tried to when I've tried to push people towards places that they may enjoy the game about. So, for instance, I did a post in the forums trying to saying, hey, if you feel like the game is dragging, this is probably because of employers or employees, and there's like, this is something that you can control. Here's some ways that you can do that. Like, it didn't really seem to get any engagement beyond somebody saying, it's like, oh, that doesn't sound fun. It's like, well, yeah, don't play the game then. But clearly I don't want to do that because I'd like to encourage people to play the game. It's one that I actually really enjoy. But yeah, this has been, I've actually been kind of lucky in terms of most of my Steam interactions. There are some which I don't care too much for, but I think for the most part, I'd say most of my Steam interactions have actually mostly been pleasant ones. But what I've learned with Industries of Titan in particular, both in early access as well as the the response now, it really does feel that the culture of Steam is such that if you like something that other people don't, it's not just enough for that to be a difference of opinion. It does actually feel like there's an active group of people who like do not want you to enjoy the thing that you enjoy. And I kind of understand that this happens in other places. So like there are, books, like if you like a particular book, and it might be that the author said something, or there's new historical evidence has come out about this person not being a very nice person, people have an issue with that, and at least some of them will make no secret about how they disapprove of your reading habits. But I feel that that's a little bit different from what happened with Brace Yourself. Like, Brace Yourself, as far as I can tell, are very well respected, and I mean, my interactions with them have been that they're very nice people. So I'm not entirely sure what the deal is in terms of trying to convince me that I don't like a game that I actually do like. Obviously, I wouldn't want people to buy something that they don't enjoy, but I don't necessarily feel that anybody's really being asked to do that. So in any case, the easiest answer for me on a lot of this stuff is just to stop interacting with Steam. But it's a shame because obviously the whole reason why I do this, like the streaming stuff, is I really do enjoy, interacting and teaching people stuff. And I think one of the things I do like is occasionally when I'm streaming, or not when I'm streaming, when I'm like scrolling through the Titan page in Steam, like not the main page, but like when you're going to load a game, it'll show you the community content. And I'm actually really liking some of the screenshots that people are putting up, because to me, when I look at stuff like that, I kind of feel like these are examples of people who are into the game and enjoying it, and they're not spending a lot of time on the forums, arguing with people. There's a really nice streamer that we hosted on Monday who seemed to be getting into the game, and there were some cases where I sort of saw the tutorial and it's like, this tutorial doesn't quite make as much sense as it did earlier on, because some of the things have changed in terms of pricing. So I think a lot of people are finding that the shipyard part of the tutorial is actually quite difficult because it's a very big ramp up in terms of the price. Like you're only making a little bit of money, and then all of a sudden you have this 5,000 credit object. But on the other hand, right, like at some point you're going to need to learn how to earn money, and you've already been taught. So it's really just a question in terms of scale. So even then, I don't necessarily think it's an unfair problem to drop on the player. I just think it might be a little bit steeper of a ramp up than people might be expecting. But again, none of that is the sort of stuff that you would want to like follow people over multiple channels to tell them, how wrong they are for liking this game. So in any case, I want to focus on the positive, and the positive will be to play this wonderful game, which came out in version 1.0. So we are going to enjoy the cutscene, which means I'm going to shut up for a little bit, and I'll see you on the other side of it.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
All right, so what we're going to do here, I am going to continue the campaign. However, I do want to actually spend some time going through the Codex. And I think I'm going to go through it mostly in order. And I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to break this up, but especially because I suspect it's in its final form, or as close to the final form as we're going to get for all practical purposes. Like, what I'm trying to allow for here is I don't know if there are plans to continue expanding Titan. And I mean, obviously in the case of Crypt of the Necrodancer, that's something that's been getting DLC years after releases. But it's also fair to say that, you know, Crypt of the Necrodancer seems to have a little bit more of an, like, unambiguously positive response. So, you know, the thing is that you see some... Sorry, I did say I was going to stop talking about this. The one thing that amuses me the most are these posts where it's like, oh yeah, try it in 6 months. And I'm like, they're... Like, who... When you do a 1.0 release and everybody's crapping on it, like, why would you invest more into something that you're only going to get yelled at more? Like, there's only so much you can do in 6 months, right? It's not to say that, you know, I don't think... So I think the problem with it is that it has an underlying premise that this game was sort of just kicked out the door before it was ready. 1.0 is a complete game. It's just, you know, whether or not that game is in line with what you want or what you have in your head is a whole other question. And I think people are unhelpfully kind of projecting onto the game something that it isn't, and then carrying with it the assumption that somehow the developer is under an obligation to continue developing it into this thing that only exists in their heads. So, in any case, assuming that there will not be more entries added to the Codex, I want to dedicate a little bit of time at the beginning of these to go through Codex entries without spending too much time away from the gameplay. So, Landfallers. Origin planet Various, population 2,581,374, strengths industrious, innovative, and driven. No leader, first established 13 years ago. As the Titan Gold Rush ramped up, many startups and corporations from Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt have scrambled to snap up ruin-rich land and start their own urban businesses. The Landfallers faction is a swirling, leaderless group of striving hopefuls from across the system. They dreamed big, and they've almost certainly tasted failure. They share a common hyper-capitalist culture. Landfallers are motivated by their perilous position and the powerful rewards of success. Every once in a while, these ventures can be incredibly successful. A few are already on their way to becoming full-fledged factions on Titan. Fleeters. Origin planet none, population 6,740. Strengths hardworking, adaptable, diplomatic. Leader Tanith Tau. First established. The date in which the first person was born in 0G has been lost to time. Fleeters are born and bred in 0G. Their gravityless life has led to brittle bones, taller statures, and being capable of withstanding conditions that many planet-born humans cannot. There are even rumors that they can survive exposed to outer space for longer, but the Luna Colony's Ethics Confederation have put their foot down on any experiments testing this theory. The tragedy of the Fleeters is that they cannot step foot planetside. Their weak bones would be crushed by the gravity. Even artificial gravity tends to cause blood pressure problems and bone aches if endured for too long. They are often contracted by the Council to do work in outer space that planet-born people aren't suited for. Okay, so there's a number of different audio logs here, and I'm not 100% sure how to handle these, because obviously there's a few, and as nice as it is to read the biographies and such, there is quite a bit in terms of just audio to go through. So I'm going to skip over the logs this time around, and maybe what we'll do is at the start we'll maybe do one set of logs for each group. But for now we're going to move on to buildings. So, and we'll maybe move up to the first locked. So, factory. The factory provides ample room for devices, and they can be connected to other factories for additional floor space. Some of the citizens may not like their habitat pods being on the factory floor. Noisy and smelly are major complaints, but many are quite attached to their little pods. Mine. Barum Vect was the first corporation to think about commissioning asteroid mining companies to produce equipment for Titan. When Barum Vect was destroyed by a rival corp, the mining equipment patents were snatched up and are now available to everyone, as long as they can afford to build it. Some environmental extremists might say that the pollution caused is the true crime, but how else is a poor corp meant to enrich itself with resources? Smokestack. The smokestack works to eliminate waste by burning it quickly. While it frees up a lot of storage space and stops your city from getting too grimy, it also releases lots of toxic chemicals that can be extremely harmful to citizens. This is especially true if you place residential buildings nearby. Air Purifier, a fantastic little building that clears some of the pollution out of the surrounding area, but there's a catch: it also removes ethane from the air. It's not that powerful because, hey, if it were easy to get rid of pollution, Titan's air would be much more breathable already. Okay, no matter the time of day or night, the underground docking stations housed in every building's basement is always alive with activity. Now, I don't think I settled on which... So I didn't settle on favor, and then I didn't settle on expansion. So I am inclined to try the 40 favor. Now the drawback is that it's long, 7 rebel camps, and hard aggression. So this is one I want to be very careful in terms of trying to... I want to be very careful in terms of trying to take out rebels here. Now normally I go for extra employees. I still think that that makes sense. But I may also want to boost up the collection of sort of ruins and such as well. So let's see how many employees we can get. Okay, that would pretty much kill my... you know what? This is gonna be hard, but with 20 employees, how you doing, Olaf and Vanguard? Just dropping by to add your lurk to the stream while you work. No, I'm doing okay. I'm behind on a video that I want to do, but I have other opportunities for more videos. I've been trying to read a little bit more fiction. I'm actually finally reading The Call of Cthulhu again. And I've been trying to read the Traveler rulebook, but I'm learning that the edition that I have is apparently a bit notorious for its weird layout. And Olaf, I'm sorry I didn't say hello to you a little bit earlier. I'm really, really happy to see you. How you doing? Codex. On other planets, becoming a pilot can take years of study. On Titan, it's anyone's game. You've never read The Call of Cthulhu? I've read it once before, but I don't have the. I was kind of counting on getting 5,000 credits. Um, hmm. I'm trying to decide if I want cheap construction materials or insurance policy. I think I'm going to do construction materials this time. Yeah, so I read it. I mean, it's part of the Call of Cthulhu role-playing rule book. So that's where I first read it. But I'll confess it has been a while since I've read it. And I know a lot of the stuff that I do, I don't know, like, most of it is Lovecraftian. People like Lovecraft, or at least like his writing. And I sort of felt like I needed to... So I've got At the Mountains of Madness as well, like the Modern Library one that they put out. But I don't know, I feel like overall I could be better... So number one, I could be better read in terms of fiction in general. And specifically, some of the things that I know people like, it would be kind of nice to go in. There are actually a couple of reasons why I'm specifically interested in Lovecraft as well. Because I had a couple of ideas. I've actually had 2 short story ideas that are Lovecraft related. And I still think they're actually fairly solid ones. Oh, already found a rebel camp. But I don't know, it'd be a little silly to spend the time like trying to write something like that and not be as familiar. Like, if you're going to do something like that, presumably you want to be quite familiar with the kind of material or like the genre. I don't know if Lovecraftian counts as a genre, but I think you get the idea, right? Like, you kind of want to be you want to kind of come prepared, I guess is... Okay, I'll probably go for the energy. I'm tempted to just go for the isotopes here, because I suspect... Oh, no. That's a good one. So I'm actually going to dedicate someone to moving isotopes. So first thing I want to do is snap up as many sort of basic resources as I can get. Okay, so I'm definitely going to burn these for the artifacts. Okay, so I'm going to do my usual start refining isotopes before I do anything. Set up. Take a quick look here. So HQ, habitability, research efficiency, device construction time, waste generation. I kind of want all of these. So I only have 2 artifacts though. The harvesting rate's going to help me the most. I didn't exactly want to do this, but I think I am going to make an early isotope. I'm not 100% sure about this layout, to be honest, but at this point, I think I just need to get things down, and then we can worry about the details. Okay, so definitely something to collect the waste, and then I don't think I can do any sneaky stuff with a fuel fabricator, so we'll stick one there. Yeah, this is a bit of a disaster as far as layouts go, but so I need 20 20 for these ruins. This will absorb pollution. I'm noticing a distinct lack of crevices, which is going to be a problem. So I probably can't use this for absorbing pollution. Okay, so first factory we'll put down here, and the energy pylon can go, theoretically it could go here, but I don't think that makes as much sense. There's really no good place for the working area. Yeah, I'll put it down like this. Ah, I lost my chat. Okay, let's connect you. So we're done for our isotopes. I'll wait for the isotope disintegration to finish, but we're gonna, once this is taken care of, we don't need to worry about it anymore. already put down the... Yes, I did. So, I don't really need to worry about employees for the next little while. I do need to worry about Zethane, so maybe before I go too far down the road... Okay, here we go. So there are a couple of crevices in the area, so this side's going to be sort of Zethane land. So with that in mind, I'm going to want 30 for the Inert Ruin. And then I suppose the rest we're going to want for patches, and then we start claiming the artifacts. I'm going to sit on the influence for now. So this means, like, this is the one case which I don't like for building things for myself, which is... Oh. I need to get a little bit better at handling resources, so... This one's got to be dedicated to minerals too, otherwise we're not going to get anything done. Hopefully bring a little bit more balance. And we need to start building waste receptacles, otherwise we're going to wind up in some trouble. Okay, I'm going to leave this for now. Okay, so now we need to get... Now we really need to get going. So the threat level looks quite high where it is right now, but that's partly just because of my very large number of employees early on. So as long as I manage things carefully, I should be okay. But I do want to be a bit mindful in terms of how I'm approaching stuff. Okay, movement speed would be good. Maybe mine range. But we're going to be waiting a little while. I kind of need to get my ducks in a row as far as production's concerned, so. It's also worth noting that we have a lot more energy than I know what to do with right now. So I should be putting at least some of that into batteries. Okay, so for the next little while, we're going to basically just have employees. Now, to my understanding, we shouldn't have any trouble with people. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I'm not crazy about the sort of the walk that they do here, but we should be getting tier 2s on a fairly regular basis. So I do need to be a little careful that I'm not wasting resources, but I think we're still okay. Miraculously, we're actually still generating we're still generating enough power to handle all of this. So I'm going to have 2 of these refining operations going for a little while I establish the city core. So here I'm going to get my sort of position 3. Oh, actually we don't have any more tier 1 resources, so we're going to slow this right down. Get 72 more isotopes right away. The other thing I want to do... So one easy way for me to reclaim... I actually didn't need to take down that artifact, or that ruin, because we're in a position now where we can actually completely dismantle this, this device. That may give me some other opportunities as far as sort of fuel and power and all of that are concerned as well, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself quite yet. I think I will put down some waste, though. I always find this a tricky one, so if I put down one of these, right, I think we do something like this. 3 should be enough. And then at this point, I really do need to consider the level 2 processor. Actually, the thing I should be doing is turning off one of the power, sources.
It's me, Paz. No, do not look up. Sit still and don't move. Pretend you're just reading. I'm sending you this message via earpiece intercept, direct from a rebel antenna. Yes, I'm still alive. I know the council told you that I died. I made a run for it with Kahlo Arman's personal tablet, and the rebels helped me get out of the city. And Mom, it's worth it. Life out in the ruins is garbage, but I did the right thing. I have no regrets. Everyone working for the council is a fool, Mom. I was one. Dad is one still. The rebels showed me the truth. So don't mourn for me, Mom. You might never see me again, but I can change this moon, and that's all I ever wanted. I love you. Remember that. I'm doing this for you and for everyone on Titan.
So that was one of the logs that was added for 1.0, and this is the sort of stuff that surprised me, but I'm very happy about. I sort of... Oh, you know what? I don't think this is actually doing anything. Yeah, so we can also dismantle that. I wasn't expecting Titan to have new things for me when it was released. I kind of assumed that I would be getting the polished version of the game that I was already playing. And I was delighted to find out that actually there's still quite a bit more that they added in. And in this particular case, you know, the character So that little bit of dialogue the character has is one of the logs that was brought in to give you a little bit more of the story of Titan and what's going on in the Citicorp. And obviously it makes me feel terrible because I always wind up, being I wind up sort of playing this character of somebody who's way too sympathetic to the council. And like logs like that are quite sad, so it's a little bit harder to take on the role of the big meanie when you see reports like that. But anyways, it's definite. I think it's really cool that this stuff wound up in the finished game. Like I said, I wasn't expecting it, but I'm really happy that I have a chance to sort of experience it. Okay, so I was a little too early on this one. So I need to wait for them to finish. So basically I'm just getting, there we go. So turn that off temporarily. Once this is done processing, I can actually take the tier 2 and we'll build the other employee module, because certainly we need the speed now. And once we've got the 50, okay, so we'll dismantle this one, and we'll build the other tier, level 2. Actually, we're doing very well on our resources right now, so get one of these. We can turn that one back on. A few more waste receptacles, and I guess the question is, do I actually? This is a point where I kind of want to think for a second. Do I want to put down some more? Do I want to put down something to earn some credits right away, or do I want to try something different? I know there's one thing I want to do here. I'm actually going to dismantle all the storage. I've not lost my mind. There is a specific plan behind this. Yeah, I think something for workers would not be a bad idea. So I need that energy right now, so we're gonna leave that be. Spending a little bit of time, a little too much time on things that aren't as important right now, but I'm sort of committed to it, so I'm gonna do my best. Okay, so something like that. It's gonna get a little silly for a bit, but okay. So again, was it strictly necessary for me to do this right now? Probably not, but I'm sort of committed to it now, so these, stick a few more batteries in. There we go.
Device complete.
Now, I gotta get a sort of work from home setup in place. So I'm gonna drop those.
Device complete. Device complete.
I also don't think it would hurt for me to get an isotope line running, although I do need to be conscious of the rebel threat.
Device complete.
Actually, yeah, in this case, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to disable this temporarily. I'm actually going to make a mineral. So this is going to seem weird compared to how I normally build this, but I'm actually going to do a mineral processor first. And this is because I need more minerals than I need. Oh, hang on. This is tier 2s, I believe. Yeah, so we'll replace that with something a little more efficient. I am, however, going to make the tier 2 isotope or 2 to 3 isotope refiner. And the logic behind this is that I actually don't have that much in terms of isotopes to refine anyway. But more importantly, I'm going to need a lot of tier 2s just to be able to get a kind of a cash flow going. So in this case, having something producing tier 3s and then something producing tier 2s is going to be the most helpful for me. Mind you, all that's easier said than done. I actually need to deliver on this now, so definitely want this thing up and running as soon as possible. Okay, so we'll put a couple employees in on the isotope line. We can re-enable the employee module. So remembering that because we have 20 employees, like there's really no shortage of workers in our current state. It's a lot more about whether or not we're able to get sort of the basic resources that we need to be able to do perform our operations. So there's a couple ways that I'm going to handle that, but I am going to start getting constrained by sort of minerals. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. Okay, so if I want, I can actually go for the Obsidian Ruins. This is a pretty tempting one to go for, actually. Alternatively, I can put my workers to good use and start bringing in a stream of singles. I think, honestly, we're close enough here that it makes sense to take out the Obsidian Ruins. And obviously at whatever point I want, I can build that defense turret. I think we're probably going to need the defense here more than anything. Building it here. So I'm in a bit of a weird spot in the sense that I have a lot, like I've got far more tier 3s than I really need. I'm a little curious as to what the holdup is. Okay. We can shut down the isotope operations now. At least until we have the... Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, these are isotope 2s. So one of the things I've learned about the Rebel threat level is that upgrading buildings will provoke them by quite a bit. So one of the things that I want to do right now is sort of keep my head down on production, and where I can to... focus on building the tier 1 and tier 2 stuff early and then upgrade at the last possible moment. Now, there's going to be some consequences for that. So I'm thinking maybe smokestack somewhere in the corner here. This is going to be where I'm putting all the power stuff, at least at the start. I'm definitely going to need to upgrade the HQ to get a fuel turbine running, but we'll leave that aside.
Salvage complete.
Yeah, I think we'll build the smokestack here. That's going to need power. And we are kind of short on power, so in this case I'm just going to do the ideal spots here, but I actually need to clear out the patch. That's a shame. There we go. So we're going to build our usual work from home setup. Yeah, no real surprises in terms of the setup here. It's something we've done many times before. And what I'm really waiting for here are the isotopes, because unfortunately, the way things are working right now, I'm gonna have to upgrade the headquarters in order to get access to the crevices that I need, and that is going to enrage the rebels. But if I can do it all in one big go, I'll be in a better spot. But I do also want to get to a point where my industry is sort of well underway. There's no rule saying that I have to wait for the tier 2s. I'm just a little reluctant to... I actually do like the idea of hoarding those as much as I can. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to disable the input module for these guys. I'm going to free up these 2 workers. I'm going to dismantle this and turn this into a proper isotope refinery. Almost there as far as the influence needed for an isotope match. So we'll have a few more to add around the edges as well, but I want to get this thing sort of powered and up and running as soon as I can. Now they're not going to be, these jobs won't be powered because I don't have the relays for them, but I am going to be able to bring in the citizens. That's kind of the most important thing right now. But it's also good to get an idea just in terms of how much of a hit my grid's going to take for doing all of this. Okay, that's a big deficit. I feel really bad about doing this, but I am going to upgrade the headquarters because I really need to make something happen, energy-wise. Actually going to power this off temporarily. This will almost certainly provoke the first rebel wave. I'm not quite ready for it, but I also don't see a lot of opportunities for me to expand in my current situation. So I'll show you a little bit of the logic behind what we've done. Oh, sorry. I think Totally Valken said hello, and then I didn't get a chance. Your chat was blocked by something. How you doing, Totally Valken? This is the land of maple and moose. Probably not on Titan, but you've certainly reached someone from that land, immigrated onto Titan to make his fortune. How you doing? I'm sorry for not saying hi earlier if that was just sitting there waiting to be responded to. I am a hack. Oops.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So you can see the rebels are mighty annoyed with me right now. So 144 or 108. I think it's very unlikely that we're going to have enough isotopes in time. You never know, though. So I don't think I have the fuel to be able to sustain this, but I am going to build a power floor.
Device complete.
So I don't really need minerals right now.
Device complete. Device complete.
There is an argument for going for artifacts, just so I can continue doing science.
Survey complete.
There's actually an argument for putting a fuel turbine here, because I'm probably going to... So, like, if you think about it, right, by expanding the HQ by 1, it's not like I'm going to be able to put the fuel turbine down here. So I can start to work myself out of my problem pretty quickly.
Hey Dad, it's me, Jay. Sorry I didn't message sooner. You know what they say about space? Don't think too hard about how far away the stars actually are. Well, turns out that's good advice. I spent too long looking out the porthole in my sleeping shelf and I got really sick. I landed safe, but the nausea really messed me up. And I'm still trying to figure out how to get started here. It's super different from home. Employee here means something else entirely. Anyway, look, I promise I'll call home more often. Don't worry about me, okay? I just got a little upset stomach.
I actually really like that log, because I noticed that even when I'm trying to give advice for this game, the idea of an employee versus a citizen, this is one of the easiest points of confusion. Because, like, if you think of it, right, employees should earn you money, right? Well, employees are actually the ones who will do the work for you, but they don't have the capacity to sort of do their own thing. And so, like, they're good workers. They're not good money makers. And learning the distinction between the two is probably one of the first things you need to do to succeed in this game. So I like that there's a log that acknowledges that. This is one of the reasons why I get kind of mad about the way that this game is being treated on Steam, is that it's very clear that the development team is paying attention and understands what's going on with people and has put in things to sort of help people out. And, you know, in cases like this, you can't write a line like that without having some empathy for the situation that people are finding themselves in. But yeah, I mean, just despite all that evidence, it doesn't necessarily feel like they're quite getting the credit they deserve for that work. Anyway, sorry. Like I said, I really need to let it rest. But some of these logs are new to me, so it's kind of fun to see what's going on. And yes, what did you think of the demo, Totally Valken? I got to play it a little early, which was wonderful for the YouTube numbers. I do know, actually, so it was also one of the few times that I've done an early demo and people have not had sort of so why do you get to do it early, right? And the emphasis being you, not that someone is getting to do it, but me specifically is getting to do it early. So that was kind of nice not to feel kind of the scorn of everybody watching. But I am curious how people are finding it. Like I said, I had a good time. I do feel a little bit bad because there were things that very clearly said not implemented yet, which I had listed as being bugs. But for the most part, I seemed to be kind of clear on what was working as intended and what wasn't. Now I've set myself up for potential disappointment. It just occurred to me because I don't think this thing, yeah, that doesn't reach the fuel turbine. So it probably would have been smarter for me to
Device complete.
I think I should have put more effort into my employees, to be honest, or my citizens. Okay, so we're going to upgrade headquarters. I'm also going to turn off work-life balance. Well, not strictly true. If I have an opportunity to bring in more people, I'll take it. So we know we're not going to have a fully equipped defense turret in time, but I am going to be able to get at least get some basics down. So one of the reasons I'm doing this is because I need to get some additional energy, and building an energy floor will help me out with that. I think it's also fair to say I'm going to wait a little bit. I should probably build another work setup like this. So that's almost certainly going to provoke the rebels into an attack. As you can see, they're very close. So the thing that I really need to be worrying about right now is my ability to generate cash.
Survey complete. Survey complete.
So why don't I have tier 2 isotopes? Well, because they're pretty much instantaneously being turned into tier 3. I think I get that.
Survey complete. Device complete. Device.
Founder, if you stand for the Council, you stand against us.
Device complete. Device.
I didn't lose any time.
Survey complete.
Now, the fire's going to be a problem.
Survey complete. Survey complete.
figured that would happen. And I'm curious if we can extinguish fires without spending money. I liked it quite a bit. Took you and your 2 brain cells a bit to puzzle things out. Yep. You think I got an idea for it, and I'm excited. Yeah. So I feel like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I feel, you know, I feel kind of foolish. I wasn't able to get this stuff. But like, the game is intended to be relaxed. It doesn't mean that it's intended to be simple. Like, the thing is that if there aren't mysteries in a game like that, I just don't see how you get that much gameplay out of it. So I think it's largely working as intended, if you want my honest guess about this. Welcome to Titan. I should pick up the soundtrack for this.
You won't beat me next time. I'll make sure of it.
Okay, so we got past the first wave. It's pretty clear though that we need to get our act together. So, what are our next steps? I think I already built my power floor. Yeah, so unless I want to put... I mean, it would be nice to get the batteries down. So it seems to me like probably what I want to be doing is getting... yeah, so I'm going to keep focusing on my factories until... Is this still... Yeah, that's still active. Trying to think of where I might want to put the energy plant. Now, if I can get rid of those obsidian ruins, that would work. This isotopes patch is also a candidate. There's a specific reason why I'm leaving these gaps in between. I suppose I can put down the... Yeah, I guess we'll just build up to an isotopes patch there. Alright, let's get some tech done. Yeah, this is the funny thing, right? It's the librarian game, but you didn't actually get to be a librarian yet. Actually, what I should have done... No, I want the employee limit. So I definitely want to buy this. I think I can scrap... Actually, the habitability might be helpful. So I think scrap this. Probably research these two. Okay, so I'm gonna get... I basically need my isotopes. I need to clear out this isotopes patch before I can really make things happen with the energy plant, but we'll get to there. Combine the fuel turbine. And actually, we're already making enough money to cover our labor costs, which is good. Now, I'm not gonna sit there. There is a little bit more that we need to do. We're missing out on, yeah. We are missing out on some cash just because I decided to do all these upgrades at an inopportune time. So one of the things that I'm going to do fairly early on is claim some ruin monuments for their for the influence generation, because as you can see, there's a lot that we can claim if only we can just kind of get things going, basically. Also this part of the map, so there's the crevices here, there's a sinkhole, and then there's also a crack. So there's opportunities for us to get a little bit more as far as the power is concerned. One of the things I want to do right now, though, is get my economy in order. So 372 at the end of the day is not something to be proud of. So we need 36 tier 2 minerals. It's also kind of clear that our smokestack's not really clearing out all the waste that we need. Like, we're still at the cap on that. So what I'm eventually going to do, I'll probably upgrade the energy pylon all the way. I'll wait. Okay, we're actually in the leisure period, so we'll get that done now. Almost there for minerals. The more I think about it, the more I actually really like this setup, because it makes my industry sort of immune to the to me upgrading my infrastructure. Okay. I think I said I was going to research this, then scrap this. Okay, now I did want to start focusing on this isotopes patch, but I have quite a bit of power already. So I'm going to spike these ruins first. I'm actually going to have to do it for these as well. And that's so we can build a proper smokestack.
Extraction complete.
All right, so this is all jammed up. That's why we're not seeing the move. It's a shame, but not entirely surprising. And building the smokestack's gonna fix that. So I want to try and put some investment in the road network fairly early as well. I'm going to need to make some choices in terms of how I do that exactly. Command center range would be good. HQ range would be good. So we'll eventually scrap this. Salary negotiations will be helpful. Yet, so let's get an energy pylon down. This isn't even necessarily the best place for it, it's what works, so I can live with that. Sorry, Packy. Okay. So I think at this point I want to make sure that I have one person on cleanup, one person on smokestack. Chances are there's more, but that's kind of a minimum for me. And that's to enable the to enable the next employee center. So once we're up to 36 on those, we will be good. It's a little weird to see 5 idle people when there's clearly more garbage to be transported. So part of the job is actually going to be able to get a roadway to the smokestack. But again, that takes time and resources. Wrong building.
Finally, some peace and quiet. It's our first night planetside, so I thought I would take some me time, record my thoughts. And do I ever have thoughts? Far too many. We've been working for so long to get to Titan. And now we're still about a week behind schedule. The Corp is frustrated. I can't say I'm faring much better. The planet's surface is absolutely crowded with structures. We needed so much demolition just to land the ship. According to the original schedule, my whole laboratory should have been set up already. But we're heading into the field tomorrow, at least, and I'm ready to finally start some proper research. I should head to bed. If all goes well, I will be reporting back tomorrow, and even if it doesn't go well, I suppose.
So it looks like the isotope's actually kind of getting the priority right now, which I'm a little worried by. But there's a couple things I can do to fix this. So number one, I'm going to buy a storage facility. That was very scary. And we're definitely going to miss the... We're definitely going to miss our... we're definitely going to miss our... what am I trying to say? Like, the payroll. I still don't know if I want to buy this or scrap it. Okay, here we can build our next... So that's going to supercharge our ability to make money. This I definitely want to turn into... so I want to mine that out. I also want to mine this one out, but I might also want to make some space near the... Well, actually, this is easy. I just put a storage facility here.
Device complete. Device complete.
So this shouldn't accept waste, but this should accept everything else.
Device complete.
I'm tempted to dismantle this, to be honest, but what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to not accept anything, and we'll draw down our reserves here.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So we're in a leisure cycle now. We failed to pay. It probably already told me that, but my attention's been elsewhere. So the main focus here for this storage facility is so that I have a place where people will be dumping the garbage.
Device complete.
Eventually I'll double it up into something else, but we'll worry about that later. Again, this is terrifying. So eventually it'd be kind of nice to get a fuel turbine sort of nestled in here, but I suspect we're going to have to blow up some buildings and really make sure that we've got defenses set up. I definitely feel like turrets are going to be a really big player on this map. But assuming we survive, I'm feeling okay about our overall position. So I could definitely stand to be making even more money, but at this point, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay holding off on building another factory. There's a couple of other priorities I want to deal with first. So we also have enough to be able to upgrade the defense turret, so we're going to do that. Again, that's going to be provocative to the rebels. And I'm also at a point where I'm willing to turn on the mineral production line again, because I am going to want higher tier minerals before too long. Okay, and we're apparently out of isotopes to work with, which I wasn't expecting. Minerals were fine. Isotopes we definitely need to get more of. So there's one more ruin I can plunder for isotopes, it looks. Sorry, two more. So I'll wait for the expensive one because we're really close to it. Overall, the upgrades that I want I've already got, but being able to double up buildings and such will certainly be helpful. I'm also at a point where I'm going to want to start considering making new employees, as silly as that sounds. So the next building I'm going to want to build is the transport hub. It'd be nice to have a shipyard, but the shipyard's going to cost me quite a bit, so...
Salvage complete.
God, I'm losing a lot of citizens. I could also stand to put a little bit more attention to the tech web, so employee limit's not bad. Alright, let's take a look at my goals. So, research Tier 1 technologies, own 6 buildings, 4 fuel silos, 55 Tier 3 resources, hoard 150 waste, and own 3 industrial fans. So most of these things are sort of activities I would be doing already. I think overall I'm feeling pretty good about this. I can actually buy 2 buildings. So, a transport hub and... kind of hard to argue that I need anything else, but I don't want the money to go to the workers. So I guess I'll get the fuel silo. Transport hub first, though. Now I hear I really do need these isotopes to get picked up. So as far as free workers are concerned, we actually only have 6 unassigned right now. I'm signing myself up for a little bit of pain doing this, but Nope. Too many employees died on my watch. Okay, well, let's at least get the basics down. So, I put down this energy plant. Next thing I need to clear these ruins. Right, until the isotopes get treated, I can't build anything else. So I'm increasingly convinced that my decision to go hard on the employees for this map probably wasn't the right one. I'm going to be able to get past it, but it has these times where I've sort of been sitting and waiting to get things to get done. It's basically because the constraint that I'm dealing with here is not really employees. It's a lot more about how do I put it? Honestly, actually, influence is probably the biggest thing that's holding me back. Like the ability to work some of these different patches and such is the big one. Now, part of this is just because I didn't expect I didn't expect to have this much in terms of resources to work with. The cheap construction materials start is actually a pretty strong one, it turns out. But again, I roughly know where I'm going with this. It's just a question of whether or not I'm going to be able to implement it. There's also the danger that one of these, stray ships gets a little too close and starts beating up one of my buildings. We're okay with the defense turret coverage for the most part, but there's a couple of things that are definitely going to get hit if I'm not careful. I'm also slightly curious. So if I dismantle this. Still gonna have to upgrade it, but I was not expecting to have fuel problems. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a bad one. There's no way that my defense turret's going to be able to protect us, too. Oh, that is such a shame. Let's just wait till they go home. This is I knew that base was in there when I did it. I only have myself to blame for this. Okay, not my favorite way to spend the time, but we will rebuild. Okay, now I like the idea of a lower fuel requirement. I like the idea of lower salaries even more. Okay, there's a few things I want here. So more money is definitely a priority given where we're at with the oh god, if they come back, I'm gonna be so mad.
Building complete.
Now I am a little surprised that the isotopes aren't being worked.
Building complete.
Okay, so we're back on track with where we were before. We definitely need more citizens.
Extraction complete.
This is the sort of thing I'm willing to spend the 1K credits to upgrade over. It just may be a little too late. There we go. Okay, that just secured our cash flow for a bit. So I want to see what happens to the numbers. So it looks like we're still... Oh, no, we're in the black, but just barely. So what I'm going to do here is buy as many trucks as I can. Now you see why I was grabbing some of these territories. The idea is I'm going to make a big circle around all this.
Building complete.
And hopefully that's going to deal with most, if not all, of my waste problems. It's not going to solve everything. I still need to deal with the fact that I have too many... Actually, you know what? I'm going to get rid of one of the power floors. I feel a little weird doing... Oh, no, hang on. I don't need to because this will serve the purpose.
Building complete.
So we're at 83 rebel threat. I do need to be a bit worried about that because, again, our defense turret coverage is not enough for what we want to do here. On the other hand, I do also want to... I need that shipyard, and I'm not really earning enough money to get it. So there's a couple ways that I can handle that. Right now, I'm going to let my workers do their thing. When I can, I'd like to get another workplace down, but I need to think about where I'm going to put everything.
Building complete. Building complete. Building complete.
Ah,
Ooh.
Founder. I can't wait to dance on the ashes of your city.
I was not expecting that. This is going to generate a ton of mess, but actually there's a smarter way I can do that. This is slightly crazy that we're still running into fuel problems here.
Good morning. I take it you're the new assistant that they hired for me. Dina? Well, it's a pleasure. It's a little strange to do this by call, I know. But our office is just looking a little rough after that last argument with my brother. And unfortunately, the renovations aren't going to be completed for weeks. You've certainly joined us at a strange time. Nevertheless, we can't let that get in the way of onboarding, right? Might as well hit the ground running and all that. Oh, I knew you'd understand. I just know that we'll be great friends. Here, I've sent you some files. There should be a guest list in there somewhere for the gala that I'm hosting. Yes, that's right. I'll need you to assist the event manager on this. Did I not mention it? Oops. Well, my mistake. What's the occasion? There's no occasion, but the one that I'm making, sweetie. It's important to keep yourself in demand around here. But also, Balric Applications has been making moves, and I need to keep my finger on their pulse. Make sure you get an RSVP from both Mr. Balric and his wife, by the by. I need the full set, you know. Thank you, Dina. You have my full trust with this.
Oh no, okay, everybody who's a Brace Yourself employee is dying in this Citicorp. Uh-oh. Okay. I gotta think about how.
That's not fair! How dare you fight back?
At this point, I need to ask for the credits to Burrow. Need 900, so. I don't think there's a way that this road survives. Oh, they're going the wrong spot too. We're gonna lose this again. Okay, so I can't dismantle the transport hub because then I'm gonna lose the vehicles, but I can at least dismantle the smokestack. We'll see if we can drag this thing out. No way they're going after the transport hub. Might as well get the resources back. Oh, they're just gonna camp? Jesus. Okay, that was 1,000 credits to not really do a whole lot. In fact, I think I'm at a point here where it's just better for me to put down the defense. Like, I don't want to, but I think it's better for me to just put down a defensive turret and be done with it. Back again. All right, let's repair what we can. Yeah, we can't convert for a while. And actually, we're running out of citizens. I think I've put myself into a much tougher spot than I appreciated. This also seems like a really high pollution area. I don't know if that's specifically because of the... That's gotta be because of these factories. Okay, so I guess the best I can say is, like, I have the resources that I need to do well with this, but I'm really setting myself up for some grim times if I don't get the financial situation under control. So, slight change in plans. Right now, I just need to earn the money to get the job done. I'm gonna need to finish this little circle here. Then what? I think at some point I'm going to need to decide... Yeah, you know what? Let's get the shipyard built. The shipyard... Okay, actually, strictly speaking, the shipyard is not as important if I just want to build defenses. But I still want to get the shipyard down because I like using ships. I'll finish the road network to at least this factory.
Extraction complete.
What else? I really need to get smartened up in terms of a couple things here. So, number one, we do not need this much power. So I don't mind turning these things back on when I need them, but this is just wasteful as far as fuel is concerned. Next up, let's do... Okay, so no reason we can't do these roads now. And we're on leisure, so we can buy some new trucks. There we go. So, rough start, mostly through mismanagement on my part, but we'll be earning some money. I've got a means of defending myself. The other thing is there's a certain degree of stasis now, so I'm not necessarily going to be building a lot of buildings that will anger the rebels for the next little while. And that is a small advantage on its own. I should think a little bit about where this shipyard's going to go. It would be good if I didn't put it near the rebel base, but if I have to, maybe... Well, I guess I don't have room by the transport hub anymore. Could probably carve out some space over here. Still have reasonable access to the road.
Extraction complete.
We're out of isotopes, so I need to find another source of those. I'll wait till we're at 40 influence. We'll grab one of those. Keeping in mind I do want to finish the road network and then bring in citizens where I can.
Building complete. Building complete.
Okay. So this should quiet down any problems that I have with
Building complete.
with getting resources where they need to go. Again, I do want isotopes.
Building complete.
So, oh, hang on. I can spend 10 to get one more over here. After that, my God, they're dropping like flies. So yeah, 10 influence just so I can clear out this last ruin. Then we spend whatever influence we can on getting new migrants in. And then if I get to 40 influence, claim one of the isotope patches. Actually, the way it's working right now, I can start moving employees off of the isotope refining. And again, this is one sort of nice thing about the way Industries of Titan work. So even though I'm up against aggressive rebels, the fact that I'm not going to be building as rapidly will act as a little bit of a buffer against the worst that the rebels will throw at me. I don't want to bank on that. Like, you know, it would be good for me to sort of get my act together. Actually, there is one other thing that I can do. I can build another factory here. Now again, part of the problem is not really, it's like it's not just having the space for the citizens, it's also keeping them alive, because factories do generate pollution, so it's a temporary choice. In fact, I was originally thinking maybe this is the one I would choose to make money when employees die or citizens die, and I decided against it, but it would have actually been one that paid off in this case. Oh wow, we're short on all of the resources now. Uh-oh. Now this I wasn't banking for, that they're stronger than the turret. So I'm going to need to spend some of those precious isotopes upgrading this one, I think. Wasn't quite counting on this being so difficult. Good for power generation. Where do I want to go with this now? Probably the command center range. I'm gonna dismantle this. I think we'll actually scrap this one as well. Okay, that was a bit of a mess. So, we successfully paid our employees, so we can start some conversion jobs. Actually, maybe I don't want to be converting quite yet. Maybe I want to take advantage of the lower staff. Yeah, I think I'll still let the conversion go by, but I'm going to wait before I make any more employees until we've got a shipyard up and running. I could use more bodies, but like we're in a decent enough equilibrium that okay, so isotopes from this patch. Minerals from any of the patches, really.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
I'm probably going to have to turn on some of the...
Device complete. Device complete.
some of the power buildings. Wait, 1 of 2? 2 of 2?
Device
There we go.
complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
Citizens are prioritized over isotopes.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So, I mean, we're making a respectable amount, but I'm at the point where I need to get the minerals before I can start. Oh God, yeah. So the influence needs to go into minerals, then I can use the influence to buy credits. But I'm at a point here. I even just need to start replacing some of the citizens that I'm losing to pollution. But again, compared to the last couple of times the rebels came after us, you're definitely seeing the threat meter go up quite slow, or quite slower than before. So, okay, I think I'm going to scrap pollution from fire, which means I shouldn't have bought command center range, but that's another story. Yeah, I do need to see where we're at when the work shift actually begins. But I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to get that shipyard up and running within 1 or 2 days. My other hope, obviously, is that I'm going to be able to use influence to augment my cash. But I do need to get the minerals patch. It did just occur to me I actually also have these ruins over here. I'm still going to focus on the minerals patch. But after the shipyard is built, the next step's going to be getting some command centers down here so I can take advantage of both the Zethane as well as the ruin monuments. And then we can actually start thinking about building some residential and office buildings. That's a much needed arrival. I automatically clicked on it, but I need to remember that I don't have the storage for all this stuff. So, yeah, so we're not quite there. Maybe with some help from the council, but we're getting close. Now, the other trick about this is that I am actually going to need the minerals to build the ships that I want. So I'm not quite out of the woods, but even just being able to build the shipyard and like get that started is a pretty big improvement. I should actually get ready by clearing out these ruins. Obviously, after I get citizens in. So I need 20 influence to clear these out, then 30 to get the minerals and isotopes, and then we'll think about what our next steps are. My biggest worry right now is actually the sort of the fact that I'm so starved of minerals and isotopes.
This partnership will mark the beginning of a new age for Vink Insights. A new age for Titan. Too ostentatious. For us, working with Balric Applications is a dream come... Definitely not, no. Why is this so difficult? I've done 1,000 speeches by now, surely. Oh, thank you, Nick. I was just thinking a cup of tea would be nice right about now. The audio recording? Oh, I like to play back the speech to myself as I'm writing it, that's all. And I suppose it's useful as a journal. In this particular speech, well, it's turning out to be quite the headache. You're correct. I did have some reservations about Balric's reputation, but the board were very sold on them, so I gave in, despite some serious reservations. Thank you for making me admit that out loud, Nick. My pride might never recover. No, I have to see this through. My name's on that contract after all. Which means I need to get this speech in order. Balric Applications has been an industry leader for years. And Vink Insights is proud to merge our operations with them.
So here I want to free up my employees to do other tasks at this point. I'm not going to turn off the production lines because it's important that I have a realistic idea of what it's going to take to get things done. But I'm not really earning enough resources to make it worth having these employees dedicated to that work. So, priorities are going to be citizens first, resources second, citizens, shipyard, resources. Once the shipyard gets put down, that's another thing that I'm going to have to defend. But it's the difficulty I've been having is a little bit more about whether or not I can earn enough. Okay, we're almost at the end of the workday, so if I give up an artifact, I should be able to buy the credits. Bingo. My employees are not going to be happy about that, but there we go. So yeah, I mean, was that the right call? I don't know. But I have the option to put down the shipyard when I need it. In fact, I'm going to do that now. Oh, don't tell me. Right, I don't have the influence for the slots. So I'm going to lay it down, but I'm going to... I'm actually going to pause it. I think it's going to be easier to just claim the tiles one by one. So one of the reasons I'm doing it this way, I think I'm just going to let the employees do things in the order they think makes sense. God, we're already out of minerals. Okay, so this is becoming a slightly higher priority than I want, but... Trying to figure out why there's pollution here. Anyway, so I'm gonna pause this. And the big reason for it is, like, I don't want something that the rebels are going to be able to take out on short notice. I still need the cash to be able to build the ships that I want. Now, I'm also going to need the minerals and not isotopes. I'm going to need the minerals to be able to build the stuff that I want. So, I still want to make sure that I'm bringing citizens in to... Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I'm desperate enough for minerals and isotopes that I really should be open to anything. I think I'm going to wait till I get to 30 influence to claim these ruins. And eventually the shift is going to be kind of a command center in this corner here so I can claim these ruin monuments. Now again, that's going to be something I need to defend, so there's an argument for building the shipyard just so that I'm able to push back against the rebels. I'm also, one of the reasons why I want to get that command center down is so that I can put the fuel turbine somewhere like here. But again, you can see the problem, right? Like if I'm not careful, the rebel ships here are going to be coming in and beating me up. Let's take a quick look at what we've got. So, Tier 1 technologies, I need 2 Tier 3 technologies. Fuel silos are a thing. Okay, so far this is not too difficult for me to achieve, other than the fact that I'm in a pretty hard start. Oh, that's interesting. So we actually have access to 3 ruin monuments in the immediate area. So like I said, I do still need the cash for like hulls. So if I can build a nice big Cathartes off the bat, that's ideal. That's certainly not the only thing I can do. I may need to take a small break for some extra tea. I think I might have said that before, but I'm also kind of conscious about the fact I haven't really let a lot of stuff happen yet. It's definitely been an educational one in terms of dealing with a kind of a cramped start. Okay, this is interesting. So we're completely out of space. Is that true, though? Okay. So I'm going to slightly adjust the priorities. So I am going to put people back on the Tier 1 to Tier 2 jobs, just because I know I have available spaces for that. So if I put a command center down here, that's going to get shot down by the CS Unity. So in this case, I think I'm going to need to finish the shipyard first. All right. We're not making as much money as we used to just because we don't have enough citizens. It'll get handled though. Well, that's unexpected. Oh, but they're targeting the enemy corps, so that's actually good for me. Okay, that's another milestone down. So getting some cash in the bank is kind of the next important thing. I think I'll try and give it a second day, because again, if I can start off with a Cathartes, then I'm laughing.
Salvage complete.
I gotta... Okay, it's warning. I really, really like the new vocals that were added. Now, if I've never built a ship with a Gatling gun, and that is actually something I'd really like to do. All right, we are pretty much out of things to do. Like all my space is full. I can try upgrading, but the problem is if I upgrade, then that provokes the rebels, and I want to have a ship ready to go at that point. So I'm going to sit tight. It's going to feel a little wasteful, just again, because I'm not really getting stuff done. But it is going to pay off. I don't really need the minerals and isotopes now. It's clear that with... it's clear that I've got more than I know what to do with. I may consider making some new employees. Maybe let's wait until after the shipyard's up and running. I think at this point I'm just going to take advantage of my situation to do some more research. And maybe I want to start clearing out some of these ruins. Again, we're not going to build them until we can take on the CS Unity, but I'm not opposed to at least laying the foundations. Okay, yeah, so at this point, waiting on 30 influence, and then a big stack of cash. I think we need about 6,000 for Cathartes. Some of this is just a question in terms of what milestone I hit first in terms of cash versus influence. Such a sad number to see. Again, it's purely the pollution that's causing that, but... So this is going to be where the residential buildings live eventually. So this little devil is what's keeping me from building my shipyard.
Extraction complete. Salvage complete.
One of the things that's going to happen as well, I'm probably going to dismantle this energy plant and put it somewhere closer to this side of the map. And that's just because this seems like fine real estate for like for residential and office buildings. And power energy plants kind of affect nearby habitability. In fact, I can probably start that process now. Obviously can't build the residential and office buildings, but I can do that later. Conveniently, that also frees up some of the space for these guys. Well, in theory. Okay. That's going to be a big one for me. Did I want to research that, or did I want to scrap it? This one I want to scrap. And I was originally going to say I can scrap this, but I actually think I want to research it now. Okay, you get a worker, you get dismantled. And I wish we were making more money, but I think the time has come to get that shipyard up and running. Well, sudden influx of migrants might have saved the day here. Okay, so that's a 7K hull. I'm short by quite a bit. So like I'm close, but I don't think I'm close enough to dump all the points into. So if we did 5, 4, 3, 2. So this is the max that I've got, 65.39. Actually, my God, we are just at the number. Obviously, I'm hoping we don't get attacked by anything, but... The other problem is going to be trying to get... So, like, I need to crew this thing, right? And I'm going to have a day where I'm not able to convert anybody. That's going to be another problem. But overall, I still think this is the right call. Okay, Guardies is ready to go. So, this is not a fully tested design, so let's see if we can work with some of the trouble that I've run into with this one. So, basics are still intact. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is put the 4 engines in place, because I do sometimes run into a little bit of trouble with these.
Technology for every solution. Kirk Solutions? Is this the best they can come up with? This is word sludge. I've seen prettier parking tickets. Hey, Annika. Yeah, hey, tell the kids down in marketing to go home early, because if they're not gonna work, then they can slack off at home. No, I'm not paying them for it. Are you joking? When did you get funny? Oh, I like it. Keep it up. Now, Scram, unlike some people, I got stuff to do, like squeezing that sweaty little wart Balric for my investment money. Oh, hey, wait a second. Yeah, get back here. Balric did say he was dropping by, right? Cool. So clear my schedule for the rest of today, and then I'm gonna give this guy a full order of the old Kirk charm. Those credits are all mine, baby!
I'm not entirely sure that solves the problems that I had, but I'm going to run with it. Honestly, this thing is not done a moment too soon. 82 threat. I want to get that thing up in the sky. Yeah, I think we're good to go. If I can, I'll get a second one of those in the sky, but I'm certainly short on resources now. So now I can afford to be a little more aggressive with the rebels. This is why I'm leveling up one of the turrets. Now, minerals-wise, we're pretty much going to get cleaned out building a second Cathartes hull. But we also have the ability to generate more, so I think the trade-off's worth it. Also, it's worth remembering that as long as the employees pick these things up, we're actually in a better position than it seems for our resources. The important thing is, as long as, like, getting a second ship in the sky is a pretty big deal for me because, let's see. I'm going to upgrade this to a tier 3. I probably don't have the power to sustain it, but... Yeah, getting a second ship in the sky is good because it's going to be the sort of thing that allows me to push the rebels back a bit. So in addition to having 2 turrets to kind of cover most of my defenses, not all. Actually, while I'm at it... This is going to really savage my grid for a bit, but... I pretty much need to prepare for a rebel attack more or less instantaneously. Like, as soon as all this stuff gets built, they're gonna come knocking on my door. Alright, we have like nothing for our tier 2s. No. So...
Device complete.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to let this happen. Needs 33 fuel. I'm not clear what this is going to be generating, so I think...
Device complete.
So I'm going to need 45 when all is said and done. Let's see what this will give me before I go too far down that path.
Device complete. Device complete.
Oh dear. I've got to mismanage this. Hopefully this will be up and running in time for the workday. It's good that this is at tier 3 now. Like, we don't need to worry about this again, but we're definitely not going to have the shipyard ready to go in time. Okay, so this thing's generating 53. This will be able to get enough enough energy going. But it's the same question as before. Like, can I afford to have this thing... Actually, it's not the workday yet, so... That's got to be a priority, though. Okay, now it's the workday. We got to cancel it. I don't even know why I thought that was a good idea to try. Because we've just lost half an hour of earnings. Okay, tier 3. Wow, we're really far behind. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the workhouse. We're going to spike the tier 3 refining for now. We're only going to focus on tier 2s for a bit.
Device complete.
Give up now, Founder. The rebellion will never stop gunning for you.
So we're going to get 3 more workers back.
Device complete.
Normally there's a second one at this point. Wow. Alright, these ones hurt. Okay, so... and they've added a shield. This is actually a much nastier design than I normally go up against. Okay, so the secret to this one's going to be the batteries. Oh, but the batteries are protected. Okay, cool. We actually we completely took out the power off of that. So this is partly just hope on my part, but we should be able to handle what we're going up against. Okay, definitely need more workers. That's gonna come after I pay everybody. So yeah, one of the challenges right now is that I don't have enough workers to be picking up the like tier 3 materials that are just lying on the ground, which I could be using to build other stuff. But at this point, I kind of want to process the tier 1 to tier 2s that I have. At this point, I've got a little bit of a bottleneck for things that I actually have access to, and it's just
I will never
just a weird
surrender.
spot.
My rebels will stand by me to the bitter end.
Okay, so we'll do the repairs and such. I don't think there's any problem doing that. There is a side of me that wants to go start clearing out rebels now, but I don't think that's the right call. I think we're just going to park these guys here. So there's one little bit that hasn't been repaired, but for the most part we're in good shape. Let's go back to Tech web and see. So I think I said I was scrapping this, right? Okay. Let's clear out. No! Clear out the Obsidian Ruins. Actually, fairly close to getting the next one here, although citizens are a higher priority at the moment. And at this point, I'm really just waiting for the... I'm really waiting for the end of the workday so I can start converting people. I'm not 100% sure how much I want to be spending the money on additional buildings. Clearly, I need the residential and office buildings sooner rather than later. But the problem is, influence is going to help me a lot more along those lines. So if I can clear out this area first, which is a ship job, that's better for me. Okay, so salaries are paid. So I've got 1K left over. The first thing I want to do, though, is start converting. And with that in mind, I'm going to go put on the kettle. I'm not going to put up the break sign or anything like that, because I think at speed 1, things should be calm enough that we can get by. But I do need, I don't know, I need to clear my head a little bit. I don't have that much time left on the stream. Technically, I would be finishing in about 10 minutes, but I'm going to try and get a little bit more progress. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit a milestone in time, but I sort of feel like I should try and do a little bit more on this level before finishing off. It's kind of interesting that this is one of the ones which gives me... Like, I've had maps which give me more council favor than this one. And it really seems to be the proximity of the rebel bases is the thing that's really really kind of putting the screws to me right now. But it's also kind of like, if you think about it, right, a hard difficulty scenario with 7 rebel camps, and we've been able to get by with this, including like losing some of our early buildings. So I don't know, like, it's kind of hard to be upset with how this has turned out, right? So anyways, I'll be back in a little bit.
Survey complete.
Sorry, while I was talking about the response to the release of Industries of Titan, but I forgot to give the usual disclaimer that I do at the start, which is that I was given a key to this from Brace Yourself Games. Obviously very grateful that I was given a key. It's probably the sort of thing you want to disclose, and you want to disclose it right away. Normally I do that. I kind of took it for granted, and I was talking about other things, so sorry about that. But yes, I was given a key for promotional purposes. My enthusiasm hopefully is coming across. I know I've been a little bit more low-key on this stream, but I am very fond of Industries of Titan. And I kind of wish that people were a little more thoughtful in their criticism of it. I think it's fair to say that, like, it's, I don't think it's necessary... I'm very reluctant to mention No Man's Sky, because I think people are going to get, like, the wrong impression from it. But I do think a bit about how people responded to No Man's Sky, and how I think any reasonable look at how at the reviews, you'd kind of get the impression that this is a game that, you know, maybe not for everyone, but a very high quality title if you like that sort of thing. Like that was sort of my read on the reviews for No Man's Sky. Now, obviously people didn't feel that way. Like, people seemed to feel that this was the worst possible kind of scam, and, you know, the development team deserved every bit of abuse that they could hurl at them. I clearly do not share that point of view. I don't think that's justifiable in any case. I mean, not to highlight this, because I realize I feel like I kind of undermine my my goodwill whenever I write stuff like this, but I do think there's value in sort of writing from principle and trying to bring a perspective across, even if you're going to be misunderstood. But I can remember specifically a developer, I'm not going to say who they were, but like, I quite liked the game that they had made, but it's also very clear that they sort of went down this sort of alt-right rabbit hole, and they started adding a lot of sort of anti-vax material to their patch notes. And sort of they were, I mean, the best I can say, like, they're an immature pest. And I wrote an article on this trying to say, like, you know, what's the big worry? Like, what is at stake here? What's the worry? Because I think one of the problems was that I think people were trying to say that this was, you know, a violation of safety standards or something along those lines, because somebody, you know, might die because of the vaccine misinformation. And it's like, well, or yes, right. They say it was violence, right? You shouldn't do violence on Steam or something along those lines. Again, my apologies if I'm misrepresenting the point of view. And to me, I'm sort of like, well, you know, redefining things to bring about like the ban that I think you're trying to do here, I sort of feel is giving up a little bit too much. You know, my general feeling is that once you start playing that game of sort of redefining things, so you can get a favorable outcome, you're going to wake up and then you're going to see that stuff applied to you, and it's going to be really miserable. But like, the thing is, I did not like what that guy wrote. I don't think any kind of reasonable reading of what I wrote could be perceived as an endorsement of what they wrote. I just sort of thought, like, what is the basis on which we, you know, we do some kind of a ban or a, you know, you know, an intervention of some kind. And like, the case I kind of made was that, you know, as much as, you know, I may personally dislike this person, they are actually quite good at what they do. And obviously, one of the ways that society functions is that we usually don't think a whole lot about what other people... Like, I don't know the political beliefs of the barista that gives me coffee when I go to work. And it's probably just as well. And I probably would be doing the wrong thing if I insisted that my coffee shop manager only hire baristas that vote a certain way. So kind of, I guess where I was trying to go with it was to say that, you know, given that we're going to have to sort of all get along, we seem to... Sorry. My kettle's boiling and there's a transmission here.
Sid, it's Tian returning your call. Now, I just want to make sure I heard your message correctly, because I don't think either of us want any misunderstandings. Because the way you tell it, my parents' will, the single most important document in existence at this company, has disappeared. Sid. Oh, Sid, I don't think I need to spell out for you just how displeased I am about this.
and just how catastrophically this will end for your firm and you personally if you do not retrieve it. Because if there is any immutable law in this universe, it is this. Tiangara gets what she wants. The Gara estate is mine. The company is mine. Every asset and credit my parents so much as breathed on is mine. So don't risk my disappointment, Sid, or all of Titan will know your name. I could make it so even your grandchildren won't be able to step outside without a guard detail. Are we understanding each other? I hope so. Chop chop, sweetheart. The next time you call me, I'll be expecting better news.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to spend too much time relating that particular issue. But yeah, the point I kind of tried to make here is that, like, we can exist in a space where people we disagree with and potentially even dislike still contribute something to society, and we are able to coexist. And the disagreement I actually liked the most about it was someone saying, it's like, I morally disagree with what you're saying, but I understand where you're coming from. And I actually like those kinds of responses a lot, because I don't think it's reasonable for me to expect, nor is it really desirable, that people just take everything that I write and say, oh yeah, that's brilliant, you know, let's just do that. If anything, the hope is that it'll provoke some thought, and maybe it'll be, okay, so this is the most extreme version of the case. Maybe I don't want to do that, but maybe we do, you know, one step before it. And yeah, like, the lesser version of this is not when people write horrible things in patch notes. By the way, like, I was not sorry to see that developer was ultimately banned from Steam. Like, the point here was just, like, what are the grounds on which we remove somebody like this? And, you know, I thought the case at the time was not that strong. That didn't mean I wanted to see them continuing to do what they were doing, right? It's just like if somebody's being, you know, if someone's being disruptive at an event, like, you know, there's certain levels of disruption where it's like, this is annoying, but maybe we don't need to bring security in to, like, throw them out. And then there's, like, someone who's, like, people feel unsafe around is like, yeah, of course you get rid of them in that case. But yeah, like, I just sort of feel like if we can go, like, that one I can sort of understand where people are, people are reluctant to give some quarter, some sympathy. I think I was trying to talk about, like, the reactions to this game and all of that, but, like, it would be nice if we could get back to a point where people did not feel the need to, like, DM people who leave reviews for games that they don't like, because that has actually happened to me now on Steam. Like, I do try and keep comments open on things against my better judgment, but it's gotten to the point now where there's games that I've left reviews for, which are not even, like, particularly controversial games. They're in the state of, like, the No Man's Sky thing, right, where good if you like that sort of thing, but maybe not going to be kind of considered a classic for everyone. They followed on YouTube, Steam, I think Twitter. But anyways, I'm sure there was a point here somewhere and I lost it. So I'm going to get my tea. And I am actually going to run ads for a second because I actually needed a sec. I just need to clear my head, I think. But I will be back in just a little bit. Nexus General, you picked a great time to stop by. Sorry about that. I hope you're doing well. For those of you curious about the ad thing, by the way, like, it is nice. Like, I'd be lying to you if I said that I didn't get a cut of the ads now on Twitch. But the thing is like, you all know my my concurrent views. One of the things that's really nice about the feature is now that Twitch has made it so that ads are not really optional. If you run ads, they disable the pre-roll ads for about half an hour, which is not a whole lot of time. But I figure when I'm just going to be going and getting tea or doing something like that, like basically when there's going to be dead air anyway, it's sort of nice for the people who are showing up a bit later, if I can do what I can to try and disable those ads. So I know I joke, like, you know, I got to pay the rent and all of that, but that's the main reason. If any of you have an idea about how I can make the ads a little bit less, you know, obnoxious or sort of something that don't get in the way of your experience, please let me know. The worst one for me is when I need to reload a stream for whatever reason and I get hit with an extended ad break. But yeah, that's the best system that I've worked out right now. In any case, what I'm going to do here, so as I was mentioning, I want to build a command center so that I can expand out, get some influence from the ruin monuments. And that's going to require me to get rid of the ships. And in fact, it's better for me to just take out this rebel camp full stop. Now that's going to enrage the rebels. That's going to involve some fighting. I may not necessarily be in a position to handle something like that. I'm going to worry about that as sort of like a second order problem. Right now, I have to get rid of this because it is currently a threat to my expansion. So that's what we're going to do. The other thing I could do is like keep the ships over here as just protection. I mean, that might be a way that I can sort of have it both ways, but oh, I don't even have the minerals to cover something like this. So yeah, honestly, at this point, I think it's probably better that I just go for the base. This should be a pretty straightforward one to take out, I think. Actually, it's a little bit harder just because of the placement of all the batteries. Oof. Wasn't expecting more than one ship. So I want to get these things taken out pretty quickly. So this is not a great place for me to be right now. One of my ships is really gonna... They're really gonna get it. Let's see, I think taking out the life support's the right call for this one because that's going to take out the ship faster. Can we do the same for this ship? I think so. It's hanging on just by a thread here, but this should take out the ship now. There we go. So not much left to use on the turret, but we'll do our best. Okay. I think I'm going to research these things. Oh, and I didn't wind up researching mine range. Good. I think I am going to research lower factory emissions. I'd prefer not to have to, but I think I gotta deal with the world as it is. So I'm gonna make as much use of this ship as I can as a screener, and then we're going to move, we're gonna repair that back at base. Again, I gotta contend with the fact that the rebels are gonna get really, really mad about the HQ getting taken down. But I think we're gonna do that with all the surrounding rebel bases. Like the threat to the base is a little bit too much for me to sort of take lying down. I knew this was gonna happen. I don't think we're ready for a call to arms on this. Although... I can get by with a power plant upgrade now. I'm going to go back... So, I don't normally attack the life support as much, but I think I'm going to switch that to sort of my main strategy moving forward. We may even have this at level 3 before we need it. I'm debating about whether or not to, like, does it make sense for me to upgrade these obsidian ruins? The other thing, once I have enough employees, it may make sense to dismantle the power plants inside the workhouse. Just shy of where we needed to be, but we've got the power now. Ah, nuts. Alright, now I need to find a new source of Z-Thing, because this ain't gonna cut it. I made a boo-boo. probably the answer here, and I hate that this is the answer. But I'm gonna switch off the power plant and the fuel turbine on a case-by-case basis. Oh, hang on. No, there's an easier answer. That can't be right. Huh. I really thought that would have covered us. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to figure out a story. I mean, I may just build a factory near, you know, one of these fuel sources, but we kind of already know this thing's gonna get moved to this area once the command center gets built, but the command center can't get built until we have the employees to properly process and manage everything. No free employees. Oh, of course, because I just assigned them all to other tasks. So at minimum, I need somebody to repair the ship. At this point, though, this is really just a story of conversions. Okay, things are slightly better on the fuel side, so I'm going to turn off the energy plant temporarily. Just enough to refill the fuel. And now we have... It's not indefinite, but like... This is going to be enough for us to sort of sort out our problems. Okay, let's get you out of there. The cheap construction materials bonus is ridiculous. So I think the Telesto should be the one that acts as a screener because it's already got a little bit of damage on it. Yeah. We're expecting them to get mad about it. Should probably be checking in on the conversions. So what's weirding me out here is that the employee number seems to be pretty constant. Okay, I'm gonna tempt fate a little bit here. So obviously this place is taken out. Not a whole lot more for me to do at the moment. I'm thinking we try and... So number one, it looks like the Rainbreaker's trying to pick a fight, which is good, because we can fight them without the Rebel turret. But I'm thinking maybe we go after the Rebel turret so we can knock down another camp. Okay, so I am going to do the I'm going to do the life support thing again. Now, I do want to be careful. Like, I'm giving up quite a bit doing this, right? Because the Gatling gun is no joke. But I am going to have a backup ship in just a little bit. Okay. So this one's going to be focused entirely on starving this thing of power. I did not realize we were at 100. Now, looking at the cash situation, I know I'm going to need to do some repairs, but, well, okay, we'll wait for the repairs first. There's no major advantage to doing them early at this point. But residences and office buildings have suddenly become quite a bit of a higher priority, just because so much influence is getting wasted on this stuff. I am also going to upgrade the command center. I'm going to need to get some kind of power in the area too, but an early upgrade isn't the worst that can happen. And after we clear this thing out, we're going to go straight for the Rebel turret. That's going to push the Rebel threat meter over the edge, but I mean, I'm happy that I'm doing this on my terms, right? Not necessarily what the AI is up to. Okay. Clearing out the Rebel turret's going to mean that we can take out the HQ on our own time. Now, what gives? Because I'm looking here, I see 8 employees. Oh, you know what's probably happening? The citizens are probably dying before they get to the conversion capsule. I'm almost certain that's what's happening. I don't really like babysitting this sort of stuff, right? Because the risk is that I lose one of my
Give my
There we go.
regards to your puppet masters at the council. Once I'm done with you, I'll be coming for them next.
So I'm going to start off with an attack on Rebel HQ. We are going to do the call to arms. Now that's going to kill any citizens that were, well, sorry, not kill. Like any employees that were working on anything else. They've now been taken out. I don't believe there's any free employees. Oh, that's not true, because it looks like we just got a new one. Okay, we're going to get this one repaired. I think because they're all coming from the east, actually we can afford to shut down this turret.
Hello, please do sit down. You can just move those trinkets aside. Souvenirs from my children all the way out in Luna, you see. They're so busy with school that they don't call much anymore. Children, right? You miss them terribly, much more than they miss you. So, your file here says your name is Carlos, and you're applying right out of school. Not much experience in corporate, eh? That's okay. We all have to start somewhere. I do believe in giving chances where chances are rarely given, after all. You've been shown around the office, haven't you? I saw you in here earlier, admiring the artwork on my wall. An original, that one. It should be in a vault somewhere, most likely, but what a shame that would be, don't you think? Oh, I agree. We mustn't remove things from their purpose, absolutely. And the purpose of art is to be looked at, experienced. What about you, Carlos? What's your purpose here, do you think? Is it to be yet another cog in Titan's great machine? Yes, it is to do what you're told, but we all have lines we don't cross, and I'd like to know yours. Oh, my, the look on your face. Don't worry about it, dear. I'm just teasing a little. You don't have to answer that. I like what I've seen from you, Carlos. If we're going to feed more young blood to the machine, yours would be my top choice. Off the record, of course. But I do have a good feeling about you. Now, let's get to the real questions, shall we?
So the ship basically got caught between my two turrets. I'm a little worried that I don't have somebody... oh, there we go. Looks like we got a head start on the attack on that base. There we go. There is a lot of fire. Huh. I haven't seen this one before. I think we're gonna go... I think I'm still gonna do a life support strategy here. One thing I'm doing is keeping an eye on the artifacts. If the artifacts go up, that means that I lost the citizen. Or sorry, I lost the citizen that was going to lost the citizen that was going to get the gonna do the conversion. Not like that fuel situation. This is a really bad time for me to be cutting the power. Please report to the flaming headquarters for conversion.
How many rebel ships will you destroy before you see the light and join us, Founder?
Okay. Could have been cleaner, but we're in an okay spot. Holy hell, the transport hub's almost gone. Actually, there's an easier way for me to do this. Fuel turbine and energy plant, we can't lose them, but everybody else... It is not looking good. I think we just saved everything, but... No! That was a helpful... That was definitely a helpful, relic to have. It does give me a chance to sort of remodel the city a little bit, but yeah, that is definitely a loss I would have preferred not to have dealt with. I do have the option of like reloading the save, but that feels a little corny to do. It's a mistake I made. It's one I should live with. You know, I'm okay. I'm okay living with my mistakes. Absolutely demolished my savings, though. So I was originally going to get some repairs in, but I think I'm actually going to... I think I'm going to leave those aside. Clearly, my people have other things to do. And the fire is spreading, so that also creates its own problems. So the wounded ship's gonna, well, if it counts as wounded. Someone had a suggestion as to what that sort of spring sounded meant, but I don't recall what it was. So fires are the real deal with cheap construction. Okay. That's one crisis down. We're also maxed out on influence. So what I really need to worry about right now is expansion. So with this thing built, I'm going to... Actually, this energy pylon is probably going to be pretty simple if I just put one down here. Right, because I don't have the influence. So I think we're at the point now I can put people back to work. Let's go on the tier 2 group. It's going to be slow going, but I don't think I can afford the extra workers right now. So conversion center is kind of a natural choice here, but I'm constrained by cash at this point. So this works well. We're going to dismantle this fuel turbine. We're going to build a new one here. I am going to need... Oh yeah, I'm actually not going to have the tier 3 isotopes, so it's going to be a long-term project trying to get this thing up and running. I can make it a little bit easier by moving the resources from these plots, but I really don't want to mess with that right now. Again, my workers are in short supply. It's better to just let them do the thing that they're good at. Okay. So again, rebels are almost certainly going to attack me. I'm actually kind of surprised it's not higher than this, but taking out the HQ is definitely going to kick the hornet's nest. We do, however, have some income. So the income is going to be going towards repairing all the buildings, and then this ship's going to need some tender loving care. Ah, brilliant. Okay. So there's a lot that I want to have happen off of this. But yeah, so for starters, I'm going to put the fuel turbine in a better location. I'm going to build ruin monuments when I can, but that requires... Actually, we're doing pretty well for influence. So I think now the time has come for me to find the next set of rebel camps. I'm not necessarily going to like do anything with it. It's more just I want to know where they are so I can follow up if I have to. We're not making nearly enough money, but then we only have 11 citizens, so... Okay, so that's obviously our next target when it comes down to it. But I need to deal with the fact that I just don't have enough money right now. So I have half. It's worth noting I have half the employees I started with. And unfortunately, if I don't start making some money, I'm also not going to be able to put down the residential and office buildings I want. I didn't buy those buildings in advance, so... what we're going to do, I do want to make sure that the workers get paid, so we're going to accumulate some wealth. medium Gatling gun's better than nothing. I think I said I was going to scrap this.
Survey complete. Survey complete. Survey complete. Survey complete.
Hmm.
Survey complete. Survey complete.
That's no good.
Survey complete.
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, it'd be nice to go into the next Rebel attack with a little bit more money in the bank. Especially because this ship's definitely not going to be ready for the fight. Do something a little cheesy. Too many citizens dying before they can be converted. We're gonna have to sound the alarm in a little bit. I will turn off the energy plant temporarily. This is just to get the fuel up. Okay. And we're gonna be trading off like that. This is not a permanent solution, but it's gonna keep me going during the attacks. Okay, well, salaries are done. As expected, we don't have enough for the
Ah, Founder. I can't wait to dance on the ashes of your city.
Okay, so somewhere here, somewhere here. And I'm definitely going to wait for the last second for this stuff to get to turn this stuff on. If I have to, I'll launch this ship, but I'd prefer to take my chances with the existing defenses. The one difference, of course, is that I know if I let the fires grow out of control, that is going to be a world of hurt. Okay, that was too late. I'd prefer to focus on... This is a difficult one. So the power's here. Yeah, I gotta kill the batteries first, but it's really well defended with shields. I think in this case we're gonna launch this ship just so that we can have a little extra firepower. Now, obviously this is coming at the expense of ignoring the penance, but what I'm trying to do here is I want to try and shoot out... I basically want to try and shoot out this ship as much as I can. You've never seen this game, you're finding it interesting, but you have no idea what's going on. So, MTGO, I'll do my best to explain what's going on. I should mention, if you check out this game, so in the interest of disclosure, I was given a copy of this game by Brace Yourself Games back in its early access period. I definitely like this quite a bit, but I think if you check out the Steam reviews, you're going to notice that the recent ones have been quite negative. In my opinion, this is because there, I think, is a difference between the game that people had in their head when they were watching this versus, or like when they, like, basically I think people wanted this game to be something other than what it was at 1.0, and I think this is a good game. I think this is a game that maybe, you know, I think the overall rating's about 70, which is, I think it's a fair statement to say, like, it's a good game if you like this sort of thing, but maybe not the sort of thing that's going to get, like, universal following. But I just wanted to kind of get that little detail out of the way at the beginning. But basically, this is a combination, sort of a sim, city builder, and strategy game. So, am I converting 21 out of 50? Kind of, yeah. So I have a capacity of 54 citizens, and oh, sorry, I'm just going to listen to Sola Arala here because I haven't gotten this log yet.
Founder? Hey, I'm glad you stopped by. I hear you've been doing a lot of impressive stuff. I've worked at enough companies that I can tell when someone is going to be successful. My last founder, I believed in her so much, but in the end, well, you know, but I know you won't let me down like that. I mean, you've got too much riding on this for it to fail, right? And you can count on me, too. I'm honestly one of the best logistics officers on Titan, and the most modest, too. Anyway, don't let me keep you. I'll be around later if you want to chat more.
So, basically the 54 on the right-hand side is the amount of living space available. So I've built these work-from-home setups where I've got habitat pods as close as they can be to monetization stations. So I have capacity for 54 citizens, but I currently only have 29. And one of the big reasons for this is that if you take a look at the pollution overlay, like, it's a terrible place to live. In fact, if I go here, my average citizen health is 42%. So I've been putting a lot of influence into bringing new migrants in so they, you know, can basically suffocate on Titan. Now, in terms of workers, I have capacity for 32 of them. I currently have 10. I actually started with 20, but I put a bunch of them into these ships. So one of the things I've been trying to do here is convert citizens into workers, and one of the challenges I've been running into is that the workers are the area is so polluted that the people are actually dying on the way to the they're dying on the way to the conversion chamber, which is creating a little bit of difficulty. So the number on the left is the number I actually have, and the number on the right is the number that I have space for. So I can support 32 workers, I can support 54 citizens. Citizens earn me money, workers do things. And I essentially have a big bottleneck in terms of what I can actually get done just by virtue of the fact that I have a lot on my plate right now. So let's try and deal, I think in this case I'm going to do the usual kill the life support strategy because it's been working for us for the most part. But honestly, I just want to do damage to this thing. I think it's pretty clear that I'm in for a rough time. And maybe in this case I'll use the other two to cut some of the power connections. Okay, so the transport hub's on fire. I at least need to get that under control. How many free workers do I have? 2. So let's make sure that's a priority too, because if that thing spreads, I'm in a lot of trouble. Now, if I have to, I can ask the council for some credits for repairs, but right now, I really just want to clear out the penance. We don't have any immediate threats from these rebel camps in the surrounding area, so even if I have to spend a lot of time repairing this ship, I can live with that. I also want to make sure I'm not losing, like, life support. If I wind up losing workers on these ships, that's a really, really bad thing, so... Okay, we're doing an okay job taking out their life support, so that's going to give us a bit of breathing room with the... Actually, I'm going to switch these over, so we're going to focus on the right-hand side here. So you'll notice that most of these workers now are doing things other than sort of manning weapons, and they're also sort of dying, so... I'm just going to let them do their thing. We are basically out of power now. So I'm going to turn off the defense turret. Okay, we can cancel the alarm.
Tragic that talent such as yours would buy into the Council's lies.
Alright, let's try and get this place back under... So it's a base builder, base defender game at once. Yeah. So I'm actually playing the campaign mode, so the rebels behave a little bit differently than if you play as a scenario. But yeah, it's basically a combination of sort of city builder and strategy game. So the net worth of your company, it calls it the rebel threat level. At the end of the round, it's gonna sort of represent your city corp's net worth. But the idea here is that you're a founder of a city corporation on Saturn's moon Titan. I'm actually going to prioritize... Oh, it's already being built. But yeah, so you're the founder of a city corp on Titan. You've been given sort of the some resources to basically mine out all of these ruins and try and make some kind of a profitable enterprise out of it. But in addition to rebels, there is also a rival corporation who currently has got the same victory score that I do, so I may have to pay them a visit to weaken their efforts a little bit. But yeah, I actually quite like the combat side for this. So I mean, number one, you've kind of seen the ship-to-ship combat. It's a little bit like FTL, which is a perfectly enjoyable game, and you know, it's kind of worth mentioning for that. In just on that point alone. Excuse me. But the other thing that I like about it is that because you have to think along the lines of defense, this does result in cities that are different from what you might build in something else. So, you know, a Cities Skylines or a Surviving Mars, let's say. And part of where this became interesting for me, at least, was that I moved from Vancouver, which is actually where the developer is based, to Ottawa. And I believe Ottawa has its origins in a basically a fort called Bytown, and it was a defensible position, which is why why they sort of built what they did there. Went on the wrong. went in the wrong area. So here I'm using the conversion capsule. One thing I'm going to keep an eye on, you need to use artifacts to convert citizens. So instead of just watching the citizen sort of walk over, I'm just going to see if I get that artifact back. If I do, then I need to queue up another one. But yeah, like, so essentially Canada's capital exists and was an option to be a capital because it was a position that was good to build a fort in, basically. And I think what's kind of neat about Industries of Titan is that the cities that you build are maybe different from what you would build in another game because you have to consider defenses. So for instance, I got my shipyards built quite late, and as a result, I've got sort of 2 turrets. Now, I could dismantle the turrets, that's fine, but, you know, my decisions to build certain things at certain times were very much driven by the fact that I also needed to defend this position as well as work with it. Now, the overall goal, if you play the campaign mode, it's to win 2 specific tiles, but you can't access those tiles immediately. So basically you play sort of a succession of these kinds of maps to get there. And the idea here is that you're sort of fighting for a seat on the council, which, you know, if you pay attention to logs and all of that, it sort of explains the politics of Titan and what's going on it. There's actually some quite good writing in this game, but it's not the main focus, so I'll sort of leave that aside unless a log comes up. But in essence, to beat an individual map, you've got a tree of tasks to do. So in this case here, I've got a victory score of 2 because I researched 4 tier 1 technologies, and I'm currently hoarding 100. Actually, no, sorry, I don't have this victory point because I don't actually have the waste yet. I have it because I own 6 buildings. But as you go up the list, okay, so I got victory point hoarder and landowner. Sorry, I'm trying to balance between my energy plant and my fuel fabricator, and I messed up. But yeah, anyways, you try to complete these different objectives. As you can see here, I got claim 45 tiles, which I think might be revoked reasonably soon. We'll see. But essentially, you can claim one of 3 types of victory. So if I get 25 of these points, I can claim bronze victory. If I get 40, I go up to gold. And the reason why in campaign mode you might... so bragging rights is usually the reason why you'd want to go for a higher level victory. But one of the reasons why you might want to go for a higher tier victory in the campaign mode is that there's progression that you can keep between maps. So I started off with a very large number of employees, and one of the reasons I was able to do that was because I had used the council favor that I earned in the first map that I did in the campaign to translate that into more workers. The logic here being that if I have lots of workers, they're going to be able to do more. Although this was a fairly difficult start, so I didn't capitalize on that start as well as I could have. But there's other things that you can do. So for instance, if I want to claim a minerals patch or an isotope patch, that's going to cost me 20 or 40 influence respectively. You could use council favor to lower the influence cost to get certain tiles. And one of the things I like about that is that if you run into something in this game, this is my reading on it, I don't know if this is what the developer had intended, but what I think, what really works for me in that system is that if you have something that you really can't bear to do, right? Because like there's definitely games like this where, you know, you want to really like them, but there's maybe that one thing that really bugs you, and you know, you can't stand it, and it ruins the experience. The campaign mode actually gives a mechanism that if you do well in a map, you can actually start tailoring the experience. So if you find that you're always waiting to earn influence to be able to get a certain type of tile, well, now you have the option of lowering the cost of that. Or if you feel like you never have enough workers and it takes a really long time to convert. So for instance, I haven't been paying attention to my workers and I really should be converting them because I've been sitting on 10 forever. You know, that's another option that you have there. And instead of just having customization, which you can do inside of the scenario mode, I kind of like that the campaign allows me to sort of earn some of this stuff. So that's a personal taste thing. Obviously, I don't know if that'll generalize for everyone, but it's a feature that I really appreciate. But yeah, as far as the rebels are concerned, if you play in campaign mode, so I started with 7 rebel camps. There are 4 now because I've destroyed 3. In the case of campaign mode, if you destroy all the rebel camps, the rebels stop attacking. In scenario mode, you can choose to have sort of an endless stream of rebels coming after you, or... Oops. Man, I really need to remember that I can't keep that thing off for long. But yeah, basically in the campaign or in the scenario mode, if you want to have a stream of rebels that are constantly threatening you, they just kind of come off the map. And yeah, destroying your rival will it removes the possibility that someone beats you to the tile, but you do ultimately have to get, you know, at least a bronze victory in the area. And again, I think campaign mode's the most interesting way to play. So if you are playing campaign mode, you are going to be expected to to complete the map, and there's going to be a reason to do a higher level one because of that council favor. Okay, so I've got a number of problems that I'm trying to deal with right now. So number one, let me just make sure that conversion's still happening because I think someone died. Yep. This is actually a unique problem. I've never had the problem of people dying before they can get converted. Before. But some of the other problems I'm dealing with, not enough space. And then I've got this energy problem here, but I'm probably going to have that solved before too long. So what I want to try and do is replace this fuel turbine with this fuel turbine, because this is in a better position to draw the fuel zethane. But because this is a tier 3, I need to make sure that it's actually generating enough fuel to be able to sustain the city core. That means getting enough tier 3 isotopes. Speed things up a little bit just so I can keep an eye on how the conversion's going. There's our lucky contestant. So this is bringing more migrants in. I can actually show you what that looks like. So there they are. One touch that I appreciate is that if I do a call to arms, they start freaking out. Unfortunately, I don't have the power to keep doing that, but that's a nice little touch. Like, obviously, you're not spending a ton of time in a perspective that allows you to see that, but actually, if you like the visual style of this, I love telling people that apparently this is the first game that the art director has worked on. And unfortunately, that citizen that was going for conversion also died. So I'm really just waiting for us to get to the work cycle. That starts at 8 a.m., so after that we'll be in a little bit better. As you can see here, we've got 49 of 54 citizens, so we should expect a pretty decent payday, and that's going to serve 2 very important roles. 1, finally going to be able to get these repairs done. Number 2, I'm also going to be able to buy the the residential and office buildings. I'm actually going to start with the residential and office buildings because that will allow me to spend some minerals and isotopes, which I currently don't have. Sorry, I didn't even talk about this problem, but right now I don't have enough storage for my minerals and isotopes, and there's a little bit of adjustment that I can make. I'm probably just going to dismantle this building entirely. Actually, there is something else I can do here. Let's blow you up, blow you up. This is going to be a disaster to deal with, but... Okay, we need 90 isotopes, so do we have people properly refining everything? Yes, we're just short on... Okay, so conversion's gonna happen. Yeah, no worries, MTGO Mike. I will say one drawback is because I think this is 2 years in early access, I take a lot for granted with this game. And especially because I actually find this a fairly difficult map compared to what I'm going on. I noticed for this broadcast, I've really been taking a lot of stuff for granted in terms of details. So if there is something that you'd like explained, obviously I go on a bit, right? I'm a bit of a talker, but then I don't have a camera, so that's a nice feature to have as a broadcaster if you're not going to show your face. So if you do want something explained, please do not hesitate to ask. I actually find it very helpful. Would it help to have a citizen barracks next to the conversion building? So they kind of already are, right? Like the headquarters here is, so work from home, work-life balance, and Factory 7. These are all pretty close to the headquarters. The problem really is the intensity of the pollution that we're contending with. There's also a couple of other things. So like when you have waste on the ground like this, it slows down people's movement and a couple of other details. So you're absolutely right. Proximity definitely helps. One of the reasons I'm not doing that right now is that this was always intended to be temporary. I should also mention that factories generate pollution themselves, so it's not a surprise that this is pretty bad. Actually, this is getting pretty bad for pollution too. The wind should be blowing this stuff away, but we'll have a way of dealing with this. But yeah, it's definitely worse than I thought. But yeah, so there is a way that it will still be close to the headquarters, but it's also going to be something that's a little bit more protected from pollution. So I'm going to build dedicated residential and office buildings here. And one of the problems I was running into is that I didn't have enough storage for everything. So the other thing that's going to help here is that I'm going to break some of the jam just by using up resources to upgrade things like the fuel turbine and all of that. So that's going to start right now, actually. So one of the things I like doing is selecting the types of minerals and isotopes I use. The way that the game's autocurrency works is it's minimizing the loss. So if something takes, let's say, 4 mineral construction units, you can use a tier 2 mineral, which is worth 5 construction units, but that's technically a waste of 1. So in this case, the auto currency would use 4 tier 1s. The reason I don't like doing that is that technically, if I use 1 tier 2, that's 3 other tier 1s that can eventually be upgraded to tier 2 and then tier 3. Tier 3s are worth 25. So in the long run, I tend to find it pays off. Although in the short run, you may feel otherwise, just because you do need to get stuff done. You can't just wait for everything because you have this rebel threat and such. But that's kind of a secondary consideration. But I'm actually basically doing the thing that you're talking about here. So this residential building, eventually I'm going to demolish these, and in addition to providing better resistance against pollution, it's not that far. Technically, work-life balance is closer to headquarters, but the health is going to be the real factor. I wonder if I can actually find the employee that's on their way. I never know which building they come from. So the drawback here basically is that like the sick employees also are quite slow to move. So it's not just that they're like slow movers because they're sick, they're slow movers in high pollution areas, which is the other thing that's really really causing problems with this. So anyways, we're definitely on track to undoing this problem. We'll buy the office now. To refine some more isotopes before I can build the other office. So what's the deal here? They're working on it. Again, the shortfall of workers is not doing me any favors here. so another thing I can do, one nice little trick you can do to get rid of some of this waste. So employees are going to work in the order of things that you've given them, and here supplying smokestacks and cleaning waste is at the bottom of the list. But if waste is getting in the way of a higher priority job, like say construction, they're actually going to do the required steps before. And in this case, I do want more refining capacity or more processing capacity. So I'm going to build a little setup over here. I'm not going to staff it just because I don't really have the workers for it. But I figure I can at least get the basics down. Now, the way that processing works is you need a processor to go from level 1 to level 2. So the essentials that you need are a processor to actually do the processing, an input for either minerals or isotopes, depending on the resource that you want, an output for the finished product, and then an employee module to work it. And you obviously need an employee to actually work the job. You are not limited to that, though. It's a good idea to have a waste module so that you don't wind up in a situation like this with the waste on the ground, because that slows down workers, and obviously one of the things you want is things to get done quickly. Another factor might be that you say, well, maybe I want, minerals and isotopes to be handled by the same machine. So if you want, you can build another input. There's a number of different things that you can do, but what I'm really focusing on here is not so much the thing that I want to build. Like, I am going to use this eventually, but I don't really have enough employees for this to be a worthwhile move. Why am I not able? Right, because I got to do that. What I really want to focus on here...
Oh, what a first day. We collected almost 400 samples for our soil library. That's a record even for me. Everything is already in motion for settlement prep and the first wave of ships, but we still have to do our due diligence and all that. Do I think it's a bit late in the game for atmospheric testing? Well, sure, but better late than never, I suppose. I do hope the Corp won't have to delay things because of us. As long as we keep up this pace, though, we'll make up for lost time. Ooh, on that note, we found quite a few artifacts nearby. There's some data pods among them, too. Or we think they're data pods. A lot of this old tech is difficult to figure out, and half of it breaks when we try to use it. But I believe we may have found some salvageable data among the bunch. We'll have to see if we can make anything of it. I don't have high hopes, but anything is better than nothing.
So there's a lot that's been going on here. So I was talking a bit about the fact that so it's not so much that I was running out of storage. Well, running out of storage is a problem. But specifically, I didn't really have that many places to build more storage facilities. So what I wanted to do here was clear out some of the, basically build stuff that I knew I wanted to build at some point anyway. So my workers are just going to kind of do that job in the background. That's also going to involve cleaning up this waste, which is kind of nice. And then, of course, in the background, I'm going to continue working on the... I'm going to continue converting citizens, and most importantly, getting to a point where all of these buildings get built. Now again, I don't have a lot of workers that are free right now, so in terms of workers that are free doing jobs, there are 6 out of the 11. Now some of them are assigned to things that are absolutely essential, so I have to have somebody working the energy plant for it to be working, and clearly, you've seen what happens when I let that thing shut down. We're already at a point where the batteries are running out, so this I'm actually going to make a priority, because if we can get someone moving over to the fuel turbine sooner rather than later, that'll be ideal. I also think I'm at a point here I'm going to dismantle everything in here, although I'm a little worried. So I just want to make sure that... Yes, 33 out of 33 are occupied. So eventually I want to shut down all of these in favor of these buildings, but until the office is built, I need to make sure that I keep enough to employ all the people I already have. Okay, there will be a few repairs we still need to do. Now, you notice the rebel threat meter hasn't been going up that much, and that's mostly just because I haven't been doing... I haven't really been doing enough to raise that. Again, things that raise your net worth will raise the rebel threat. Also, things that detract from your net worth will lower the rebel threat. However, it is worth mentioning that time does make your net worth go up, so the game understandably gets more difficult the longer you're in it. But we're in a better place than we were at the start, so the fuel turbine should be getting priority. You can sort of see everybody moving the items over here. This is one reason why having roads is a good idea, actually, to save the walking. You can get all the, the trucks moving the resources instead, but I don't have the resources to be able to lay down those roads, and obviously when I do have those resources, it'll probably be once I've got this fuel turbine up and running. So, one thing I will mention about the fuel turbine, so you'll notice that there's this big purple area, and then the majority of this fuel turbine is actually pretty empty. This is one of the reasons why I've prioritized this one. The game does simulate not just the pollution, but also where the fuel goes. So in this case here, what I'm hoping for is 2 identical buildings, but the fact that this is placed a lot closer to a bunch of Zethane generating tiles, that this will be enough to give me that edge on the fuel that I need. It's probably not going to be enough, but I can at least make an educated guess in terms of what the shortfall is and what I need. Plus, I just have other options in this region, so it's a little hard to see because we're in the middle of a sandstorm. But I probably wouldn't want to build anything here just because this is too close to an existing fuel turbine. But this crack would be a good candidate, for instance. One of the reasons why I want to do all of this, of course, is because I've taken this ruin monument. This will be getting me more influence, which is a currency on Titan. One of the currencies, but in this case, this will help me earn influence, which will allow me to get these tiles to mine and break up and everything like that. But as you can see, the reason why I've been focusing so much on getting new employees is that because I've used so many of them to staff my ships, it's very slow for me to get things done. This is actually one of the most common problems that people run into on Titan, is that they've kind of underinvested in their employees, and they've done so as their city corp is expanding, and so the usual result is that people kind of you feel like the game is slowing down, but you're not able to articulate why. And the reason for it effectively is that there's more and more things to do, and you have fewer and fewer workers as these things become dedicated. Okay, so we're currently generating 116 fuel. I'm going to turn off this fuel turbine to see whether or not we can sustain things without... My God, that's a world of difference there. Okay, well, clearly we're dismantling this thing. That also frees up the worker, although we did put a worker inside this, so it kind of washes out. Okay, I'm feeling a lot better about my prospects off of that alone. So, next up. So I kind of want these buildings done before, but I think I'm just going to let the workers do their thing. Sorry, that shouldn't be Factory 7. So they're busy doing these shenanigans. I don't know if it's the smartest thing in the world for me to let them do their thing, but I'm going to run with it. I think mostly just because it allows me to focus on conversion. Also, the cap for... Actually, no, sorry. Our influence cap isn't 100 because we just took out a bunch of rebel camps, so we're at 250 now. So the first thing that I think I'm going to do, we've got 145 minerals, but 13 isotopes. So if I have a chance, okay, so that'll give me isotopes. Basically anything that gives me a chance to get isotopes. Oh, I think the game might crash. I was wondering about this because I've been... You notice I've not been using the quick access as much. I've been jumping in and out of buildings a whole lot. And I seem to recall if I go overtime on a stream, that was a condition. But the game autosaves a lot, so let me just take a minute here. I should just be... Oh, hang on. No, this is almost certainly gonna... Oh, interesting. Aha. I think I might have found the problem. Anyways, I do need to kill this. Yeah, no worries. I'm not going to be around too much longer, MTG Oak, just because I normally do a 3-hour stream, but I'm actually delighted that there's somebody interested in looking at Industries of Titan, and I absolutely want to invest some more time in that. So I'll recover where I was before, and then...
Titan.
I'll actually show this.
Everyone comes to Titan with a dream.
Opening cinematic again.
Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
So yeah, I really like that opening, so I need a little bit of a break. So we shouldn't have lost too much progress. There's no greater time to feel at one with other Titanians than during the daily commutes as large crowds make the slow shuffle together to their shift. Okay. So, as I was saying, I want to exploit whatever ruins I can for isotopes. And whatever remaining influence I have left will go towards isotope patches, but I suspect there won't be that much left. Which is, of course, the reason why we'll be pursuing these ruin monuments. Oh, storage containers are done. That one's for minerals, this one's for isotopes. That's for tier 2 isotopes. And then we should be able to get the... Hey, alright. All the noises I like to hear. So again, these things aren't going to be worked until our employee count is considerably higher, but you can notice just from the, like, basically just from the number of, like, conversion complete, module complete, device complete, you know, all those notifications, like, that's a really big, it's a really big indicator. Oop, I didn't want to build that energy pylon. I just built the energy pylon so that I could move the resources. I'm just going to watch this count go down. I'm curious what the health level is. Wow. Terrible. Okay, so now we can cancel the job. There's still isotopes lying on the ground, but it's not as bad as before. We don't have enough for the office building yet. We're only one tier 3 away, though. And I suspect there's going to be a delay in the buildings just because the I sent a bunch of people out to tear down some ruins. I always have the option of, like, prioritizing, but I don't actually want to do that. Oh, actually, you know what? I think construction's higher than ruins now that I think of it. It is. Cool. So I'll connect this when I can. Obviously, I want to try and keep ahead of the capacity for citizens. Although I am curious, so we've got room for 32, so technically I could dismantle all of these buildings. A little bit of a risky move that I'm making, but I think it will pay off in the long run. And we're doing well for power, so that's another bonus. So yeah, I really, at this point, I just need somebody to claim these tier 3 minerals. In fact, someone can probably grab those out of the fuel turbine, now that I think of it. So if we just take a quick look at the pollution overlay, so number 1, I mean, this isn't an ideal pollution situation, it's still double digits, but like low double digits as opposed to these areas where like the pollution's almost 40%. And then of course the higher resistance from the residential building is also helpful. So the one drawback here is that at the moment, I don't have the tier 3 minerals in my storage to be able to build the office. It's mildly frustrating just because there's clearly one sitting here in the output module. The catch is that I actually need someone to move it. So under... Yeah, I'll actually wait for the dismantle to finish. That's a temporary job, and the faster they get through it, the happier I'm going to be. Okay. If I want, I can do the same trick of building the energy pylon here. And the reason it becomes a trick is that I don't need tier 2 isotopes right now, but I do need tier 3s and the both minerals and isotopes to build the office. Now I'm not going to build, I'll build the office, but I'm not going to connect them until after the work shift is done. I do, however, have a good reason to claim this isotopes patch because I'm going to want to build on it. Now this stores fuel, which is helpful. The question is, do I want to make a highway around it, or is there something else that I can do? I can probably build like a hospital and a park. Oh yeah, this works pretty well actually. So hospital, park, or park and hospital, and then I just build the road around the edge. It's a little weird, but like not. It's not. It's not unforgivable. Okay, cool. We are making some decent progress here. Oops. So yeah, there's some tier 3 isotopes. There's definitely stuff on the ground that I want to pick up, but I'm okay. I'm okay with where the Citicorp is right now. Like we're obviously like the big queue of stuff that I had before is now being dealt with. There's also some other opportunities which are going to be coming up. So for instance, I can build another, I can build some energy plants here, or maybe some fuel silos or something like that. I probably want to prioritize energy plants and things that require power inside this region here. And in fact, the more it affects the habitability, the more I want it to be like away from these. Oh, actually, there is one other question. So 0 of 32, 29 of 32. Okay, so there's really no reason to keep the last of these buildings. Like, nobody's working in them now because they have their dedicated buildings. So obviously this opens up a lot of possibilities for me, not least of which is this storage facility. Okay, we'll claim you for your artifact. Once the workday's done, we'll combine the office. We'll probably also upgrade these things at some point, but it would be nice to kind of get all the repairs done first. In fact, if I'm going to be pushing up the threat level, maybe I want to try and take out another rebel camp as well. And to make life a little bit easier for me, I'm going to buy the conversion center. Not 100% sure where I'm going to put it yet. A lot of that depends actually on... It just occurred to me we don't really know where any mines are. Huh. Okay. Let's start... This might be a little early for me to do this, but I am actually going to build the monument center here. Now that's going to require a dedicated employee. and we're only just starting to catch up with where we were before. On the other hand, the average health is basically doubled. Okay, so we're at the end of the workday. Now's a good time for me to connect the office. We spent the isotopes on the monument center, so there's not a lot that I can do there. Because I know I'm going to be building another monument center over here. Let me just see. The energy plant takes 45 fuel, so I could actually build a second one of these without having to worry too much. I think I'm just going to build it here. Now again, that's going to require an employee to work. Trying to think how I can make the most of the space that I've got now. So probably what I can do is put down... So the problem I've got right now, energy plant, eventually 2 here maybe? No, I know how this works. Okay. 2, 2, 2, 2. So we're going to dismantle this road when the time comes. I've got 1.1k. I can buy more buildings. So the fuel silo is one of the requirements. Hospital helps people. Actually, yeah. No, the only problem is the hospital has a high energy cost, which I can't afford right now. But I'm not really fully using my existing truck, so it's probably better to go for the building. So, yeah, I will get the hospital. Okay, let's do some research. The ruins are actually fairly important items, so I'm glad you asked about that. Let me just take a quick second here to work with the tech web. I should mention that the tech web here is randomly generated each time.
Hey, Zaya, just wanted to call and let you know I landed. I thought I'd be able to call up Uncle Toro and go stay with him, but I guess that's not how it works down here. Apparently the powers on Titan bid on ships? Some holding company bought us? By the time I got off the transport, I was already locked into a lease for a habitat pod. I tried to call Uncle Toro, but he's not responding to messages. I'll drop by his place sometime and see if I can catch him there. But hey, I gotta go. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
So the ruins are, they're actually the ruins of a civilization that was on Titan before the current one. And they can be used in one of 3 ways. So the first thing you can do is salvage them for resources, and in this case this would get me 19 minerals. Most of them will have some sort of a waste cost. There aren't a lot with isotopes, and that's just because I needed isotopes, and I've been sort of tearing them down for that reason. The next purpose would be artifacts. So artifacts are rare and very valuable. Well, sorry, when I say rare, they actually changed it for the 1.0 release. They appear more frequently. But in terms of like how things work on Titan, artifacts are a rare resource. You can get them from extracting, which means you don't get the salvage ruin. You don't get the salvage, you get the artifacts instead. And then there are now artifact patches which can be mined, but as you can see, they're quite expensive as far as influence. And I believe those are the only 2 places that you can get artifacts from. Now, the reason why this is interesting is that in order to work with the tech web, in order to access these nodes, you actually need to spend artifacts to access the nodes for research. There's also a time cost. The time cost can be decreased by building research centers, but obviously I've been trying to contend with a bunch of other problems in the Citicorp. You'll notice we're up to like 17 employees now. We've got the office and the residence built. Like, we're doing okay. But it's still a, I still have some work ahead of me. But one of the things that's also interesting, and this is the kind of storytelling I like in games. So, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, an Assassin's Creed where you'll play the game and then you stop playing for a little bit so you see a cinematic. And, like, I remember, I think it was like the third Ezio Assassin's Creed, where you have this huge sequence where you're escaping a harbor and the ships are on fire, and it's just like, it's pure, like, Hollywood tentpole kind of action. Like, that is stuff I love seeing. That is a great ride, but, like, you're not really playing a game at that point. You're watching a movie, and that can be fun. But the way Titan tells its story is, yes, these logs, but there's also lots of implication. So, in the case of the council hall here, I can use influence to request items. So in this case, I could get 5 minerals, 1 isotope, or 250 credits. There's a limit to how many you can do, like the trade tickets will limit that here. But then there's another side to this where you can give a donation to the council in exchange for receiving influence. Now you'll notice the terms are pretty awful. So, like, you get 5 minerals if you give up 10 influence. If you give them 10 minerals, they'll give you 5 influence. So it's not, I mean, it's a rigged game, right? The council is certainly in a very good position. But you'll notice that the donations that you can give, instead of getting the 5 influence, you can actually donate an artifact for 10 influence. You cannot request artifacts, though. So I don't believe the writer the writer has kind of come out and said this. I know Andy Wynn, the kind of creative director, lead designer on this, has stopped by the stream a couple of times. And I believe the lead writer is Cthulhu on Twitch. Anyways, you'll see her in the Brace Yourself chat every once in a while. I don't think they've either explicitly said that this is like the plan or how Titan works. But my own sort of reading of this is that the reason the City Corps exist are that they are a way for the council to extract the artifacts from the surface. So essentially, this is a group of people who they've got money, they've got mineral and isotopes. Like, in the end, this is something that they are okay to give up. Because in the end, the most valuable thing on Titan are these artifacts that have come from this civilization that's no longer on the moon. And ultimately, being able to get these people to sort of set up their city corps, essentially to do all the work, and to create circumstances under which they are going to donate the artifacts, it essentially saves them the trouble of risking something valuable to be able to achieve that. So again, like, that's not, I don't mean to suggest that that's some sort of canonical answer in terms of what's going on Titan, or what this is what the game is about. But it's certainly something I think is supported by how the game works. And the kind of the reason for that is just the way, it's not just like the audio logs or that, but it's specifically the way that the game mechanics have been set up. And for me, at least, that's the kind of storytelling I really like in games. I think it's kind of unique to gaming that you can sort of tell stories that way. You know, it's a little bit like if you're playing a game and you see you see a certain thing somewhere, right? The game does not need to write the words, this important character has now died, right? Or actually, if you've seen the movie Tenet, right, there's a character that has a particular item, and I think it's kind of obvious it's this character at the moment, when a big moment happens in the film. But if there was any doubts about it, like, the final shot of them shows that item, and there's no doubt as to who it was and sort of what happens to them in this particular story, which deals with looping timelines and whatnot. So in the case of gaming, you can take that to another level just by expressing sort of what life on Titan is like by sort of talking about the systems that have been set up to keep certain people on top and certain people down below. So as you can see, I got a lot of mileage out of that question. There's no risk to bulldozing the ruins. In this case, they're actually a slight problem for me in the sense that I probably should have cleared out a lot more space than I have already. I'm starting to make some progress on this finally. But I do also want to be careful because it does, at a certain point, like, I do need to be careful in terms of picking what I use my my influence for. There's only so much that I get. Hopefully I'll be getting a bit more now that I've got somebody in the Monument Center. And then on top of that, what I need is another question. So you'll notice some of these have sort of this pink coloring. The third purpose for these inert ruins, you can basically activate them and they will give you either rare or more powerful bonuses. So this stores 3.5k fuel. Let me just make sure I can't bring any immigrants in. A standard fuel silo would store 3,000 on its own. And of course I would have to give up the minerals and isotopes. So if I give up 2 artifacts to activate this thing, it's going to store 3.5k in exchange for basically 10 influence and 2 artifacts, which is not bad in my opinion. Some other ones, stores fuel, gives me extra sensor range. This generates zethane, so I probably don't want this one because zethane makes places less habitable. So yeah, essentially with the ruins, if you want, you could just do extract on all of that. So I should have an example of this. Yeah, so this ruin here, like let's say I didn't want the isotopes, I could just choose to destroy it. And there are some that are just waste. But generally with the ruins, specifically these ruins, you it's not just that there's no there's a cost and influence to get them, but it's actually not a cost to get rid of them. It winds up being a benefit in most cases. Now these, on the other hand, these are the destroyed rebel, like the rebel camps. Some of these have been destroyed, which means I get to claim them for less, but I can actually buy the rebels kind of out from under them at a higher cost. But in this case, I don't really, like, there's other expansion for me to do, so I'm not going to worry about them too much over here. I think what I want to do is start working towards my next Monument Center. So I need 50 influence for that. Now again, this is going to get me 3 influence per minute while it's online. And I've started building the energy plant. So I think that's just a matter of time. I also have more storage space now, so we'll connect that storage facility. If I need, I can build 2 more energy plants. However, this one takes 45. Yeah, so I'm only really going to be able to build 1 more tier 3. Oh yeah, so I was going to build another storage facility for waste. One option I have for dealing with the like the shortfall in terms of minerals and isotopes, or sorry, not the shortfall, dealing with the fact that I don't have enough storage for them, is to build more storage. But generally what I like to do is make sure that I'm constantly growing and expanding. Again, like I do actually have some goals that I want to accomplish here. Oh, including hoarding a lot of waste, so I should probably get more citizens in here so I can make them generate more waste. So to unlock victory, research 2 tier 3 technologies, 15 tier 1s, possess a total of 300 tier 3 resources, so that's going to require some effort. Own 48 buildings. Now that seems like a lot, but I can actually build a lot of those. I should get those fuel silos before too long. So the industrial fans are probably going to be a bit superfluous, but it's actually not that hard for me to build them. So one of the things I'm probably going to want to have, well, for 48 buildings, I may want to just keep building up. I'm gonna need to think about that. For now, I'm going to invest in this energy plant. I'll probably build the conversion center here, now that I think of it. Conversion centers are great because they do not... I mean, they take a bit of power, but they do not process employees one at a time, so I don't have to constantly babysit this thing. So I do have a little bit of a race. I want to get this thing up to tier 3 so I can activate this ruin monument without getting in the way of the conversion center. But again, you can see the difference from what these extra employees... you can sort of see what the difference that the extra employees make, right? There's just so much more happening in the Citicorp now. In fact... Yeah, so there's basically active workers on everything where there are jobs. I can obviously unpack this a little bit, but I think what I'm going to do... I'm not out of the woods as far as employees are concerned yet, but I'm going to give up 3 to... Ooh, actually I'm going to have to give up more. So basically I want all of these jobs being worked at full capacity. The way I built this is that tier 2 to tier 3 is slower, so I've built 2 employee modules to make it run faster. Okay. Let's upgrade that to the 3rd tier. We've got a work shift going on, so we can finally repair the last of the ship. Conversion center's not quite ready for prime time, so we'll connect those. We have enough for the monument. We don't have enough isotopes, though. So how many free employees do we have now? 7. No, 7's still not that bad. But the reason I'm building this conversion center is so that it's not like 1 employee at a time. I can queue them up. By the end of the day, it says we'll have 5,000 credits, so I'm definitely going to buy the park. Probably going to buy a couple of other things as well. But I do need to make sure that I have enough energy before I go too far on that. So we'll speed things up. With the rebel threat level at 67%, there is a small argument for me to go hunting for a bit. Just so I can sort of take out one more rebel base before they attack me. Alternatively, I can use the extra time to build another shipyard, which would not be a bad idea either. The only thing is that if I build 2 more ships, I'm also going to need the employees to crew the ships, which easier said than done at this point. So 7 employees just queued up for that. That's obviously going to take away citizens during my work shift, and I pretty much don't have any artifacts left. But as far as I'm concerned, like, this is how it should be. I want as many employees as I can at this point. I'm going to resist the actually we've claimed the ruin monument already, so I should start using these. The other thing that's nice about the conversion center is that you like it's a overworld, like it's a external thing as opposed to a device, so I don't need to go inside the headquarters to make the conversion center work. So that's our last artifact. Oh, not anymore. So 144. Still going to be waiting a while on that. Notice the citizens have not stopped dying. The buildings offer protection. They don't offer immunity. But there are a couple things that I can do to make them a little bit more survivable. One of those is building a hospital. I'm going to hold off on doing that so that I can build the ruin monument. But after I build the ruin monument, I'm going to build a hospital to help keep the citizens in better health, and then I'm also going to build a park, which is just generally nice to have in the area. And then I'm also going to start building some roads, so I want to clear this out too. And I'm claiming these for artifacts. This I activated the tank. I don't really need to build the road here, but it doesn't hurt. Oh, but I don't have the yeah, that was for the minerals. Fair enough. So it would make sense for me to build some science buildings, given the fact that I need to research some tier 3 technologies. I don't think it's going to be that hard to get a bronze victory, but I do want the gold victory for the favor, and I definitely want to keep an eye on what Coda's been up to. A little bit like Rebels, if you take out the rival corp, that just gives you more time to fulfill your objectives. And this may not be the smartest choice on my part, but I am actually going to go pick a fight. I do like energy relays. I think I'm going to keep that. Now, we definitely ran into a rebel base somewhere around here. One thing that's nice about some of the changes that they made leading up to the full release, it used to be that sort of rebels would come randomly off the edge of the map. Now they do actually come from rebel bases. So you can get a little bit of an idea of where the rebels are based on where the ships come from. But it also means that if you take out sort of rebel bases near your city corp, I think this might be the rival corporation. Yep. So as fun as it would be to bully them, I have other issues. It's a good location for me to remember for the future, though. The thing is that if I go to fight with Coda now, I am going to have to repair the ships, and I may not be able to deliver the win. Okay, this thing doesn't do too much damage, so I think I'm gonna do the usual blow up the life support strategy. Okay, this doesn't get me much on its own. I am actually also contending with limited space. Well, that's fine. Let's just find something that gives me, I can live with 2 artifacts. We're up to 33 of 45 on the workers now, which is nice. That's the fight against the Dog of Hope. So they're doing some damage, but I don't really think this is going to be all that big of a threat against me. This is one of the rival corp heads.
So, Renna's been doing her scheming little princess thing and nosing into my deal with Bulric, eh? Hey, how'd she even know? Anyway, did she got this place bugged or something? You know, our father doted on her too much growing up, and now she thinks she can play business with the big dogs. If you ever have kids, Annika, don't let their heads get too big, or they'll just walk all over your legacy and screw over their betters. I'm sure our mother is rolling over in her grave right now watching all this crap go down. Your business is only as strong as your family, huh? But look, all business begins at home. Oh, business begins at home. Wait, hold on. That's good. That's so good. That's really, really good. Hey, Annika, get over here. Scratch that draft for the billboard and put this one instead. Huh? I know, right? I am a damn genius. I'm a one-man show. Makes me wonder what I'm even paying you freeloaders for, huh? What are you standing around for, Annika? Look, run this over to marketing before they do something crazy like finally get a work ethic. Oh, wait, before you do that, make sure you get somebody up here to do a sweep for bugs, too, because, someone's really giving me the creeps in here.
All right, sorry about that, Mike. I wanted, these logs are new to me, so, I'm enjoying, like, it's been 2 years, and the fact that there's still, new stuff for me to experience, makes me,
no peace for the council. Who are their pathetic
cool.
servants? You're going down, Founder.
So this is actually one of the ships that is part of the attack that spawned, so lucky me there. So to answer your question, so building 2 tier 1 conversion buildings next to each other makes a tier 2 building. It's not exactly like that. So there's 2 types of upgrade that you can do in Industries of Titan. You can have, actually, so this is a perfect example of this right here. So right now, I've got this solo storage facility, and it can have up to 200 of any tier of mineral and isotope or waste, and then a combination of them. And what I've done here is I've combined 2 tier 1 storage facilities, and you notice that they have a max capacity of 440. So this would be a connected but still a tier 1 building. Now the drawback for connection is that you have the option of burrowing your city. The only things that don't burrow are command centers, turrets, headquarters, and connected buildings. Sorry, shipyards? I can't remember if shipyards burrow or not. Anyways, so the idea here is that if you connect a building, they are less defensible, but they are more efficient. And generally, I like higher efficiency than defensibility. I figure you build turrets for defensibility. But you can also get higher tier buildings. So again, basically, connecting 2 buildings beside each other will give you more than just the individual sum of their abilities. So in this case, I got an extra 10% in terms of capacity by connecting the storage facility. And similarly for the conversion center, I get more conversion slots and, and space for that. But to answer your question in terms how I increase the worker cap, so the tricky part here is that technically there is not a worker unit in Industries of Titan, and they've actually added a log that seems to address some of the confusion. So there are 2 types of... there are 2 units that would be consider a... that you would consider to have as workers. The people who will earn you credits are citizens. So as long as a citizen has a place to live and a job, they will earn you credits during your work shift. And the work shift goes from 8 to 4 p.m. If they don't have a place to live while they're working, they'll stop working, basically. So in one sense, they are workers, but you want to in this case, it's helpful to call them citizens because it distinguishes them from this other category, which is employees. Employees do not earn money, but they do go and perform the orders that you have. The idea here is that you use the artifact. You basically take their insides out, remove their free will, and they become immune to like poison or the poisonous atmosphere and so on and so forth, and they don't need sleep. In this case, the employee cap went up by building the conversion center. You're exactly right. And then again, similarly, I can upgrade the conversion center. So right now, this individual conversion center can support 13 employees. I can get it to support an additional 5 by upgrading it to a tier 2. Keeping in mind that an individual conversion center will not support 13. It's the fact that it's 2 conversion centers combined that will do it. An individual conversion center will support 6 employees. And then is the minimap square the extent of the map, or does it grow as you discover more? So this is it. They expanded the map in a patch, so I can probably give you the exact number. There's no possible way I'm going to find that log in time now, actually. But yeah, so essentially this is it. The areas at the edge of the map are these large mountainous areas. But as you can see, there's like the yellow territory that you control. So your visibility is determined by your headquarters range. And then if you want to extend it further, you use command centers, either building lots of them or upgrading them to tier 3. Have you done a 0 connection run? I haven't seen anyone do the burrow strat. I believe the Brace Yourself team actually does a lot of no connections. I don't know how widespread that approach is, to be honest, but I don't necessarily think, I don't think it's an absurd strategy. It's just, for me, I tend to, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford to go, well, no, okay, I'll get one ship to take out the life support, and then the other ship will try and take out the power. They've really got their act together on this one. This is kind of hard to take apart. Oh, actually, there's a way I can make this work a little bit better. Just move those up a little bit. That'll kill the connection. Yes, this part gets a little bit more difficult. I'm not going to be able to kill this, but at the very least I'll take out two of the Gatling guns. There's going to be another ship that launches and causes me some grief, but this did not have the intended effect. What the hell? Wrong ship. This thing shouldn't be carving along the side here. So the whole point is to get an early win on these guys, so I can take out the other ships. So fortunately, this thing's only using lasers. Now, I would not be surprised if one of the other ships shows up in the City Corp, so... think now we do our call to arms. Fortunately, we've got more power than we know what to do with, so we should be able to handle that on our own. Honestly, here, if I have to, I'll move these ships back. I'm really just taking the opportunity to kind of proactively take out some enemy ships. I think we're going to wind up blowing up the ship before the crew suffocates, but honestly, this thing's... like, this is not going to cause us any problems. Okay, so they're showing up. I suspect this defense turret should cover it. I also like they added new combat music to this. I like the variety. I'm a little worried that they're not turning... ah, god damn it, they're going after the tank. I don't think this thing's going to survive. And this is actually going to... this is going to go up with a big boom.
I would never want to belong to any club. Have someone like me for a member.
Thank you very much for the follow, whoever that was. I'm sorry the alert didn't come through. Damn it! So these ones are pretty vicious, in the sense that they don't actually go... they don't, they don't respond to the things that are attacking them. They're actually the only type of ship that doesn't do that. So here's what I'm going to do. This is not that threatening of a ship. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this... oh, damn it! We're going to start losing crew members in a little bit. Actually, almost immediately. Okay, I got to pull both of these ships out. So this one's got to go repair. I'm at least in a point where I can get replacement crew now. But we got to get somebody after the escape. That's the second of the ruins that we've lost. As you can see, the residential building is already on fire. Gatling guns are no joke. So that's somebody on this ship. Okay, finally they're going after the turret. How many crew members did we lose? 2. Could be worse. Usually I lose the whole crew. Holy hell. Okay. So, this thing has no no, it does have batteries. I am liking the strategy of shooting their life support out from under them, but it's not the fastest approach. No problem, Mike. Thank you very much for the... well, sorry, I'm assuming you were the one who followed. I'll just let you know if you are interested in more Industries of Titan. So first of all, there's archives of like all my playthroughs on YouTube. Now, I'm not going to suggest they're the most interesting things to watch as VODs of live broadcasts, but that's an option if you are trying to get a better read on the game. But I am probably going to be doing this on Wednesdays for the next couple of weeks. Brace yourselves, other game, Phantom Brigade, is going to be released on the 28th, so I may switch to that when it gets its release. But we still probably have a little under a month of crap. They are going to rip me to shreds. But yeah, there's definitely going to be more Titan here on Wednesday evenings if that is something that you're interested in. But thank you very much for hanging out, and I really do appreciate you asking the questions because, as I said, I'm really not good at... I've lost my ability to sort of remember what it was like to play this game for the first time, and it really, really helps me when people ask questions about how the game works. But have a good rest. I'm sure you've probably already gone to bed, actually. As hard as this map has been, I've actually really, really liked how it's gone. Like, I really feel like I'm earning this win.
I will never surrender. My rebels will stand by me to the bitter end.
Okay, Monument Center is on its way to coming online. That's going to supercharge our ability to make... it's going to supercharge our ability to buzz down ruins. I think probably I should start working on artifact patches. And we're not in a work shift, so let's start upgrading the residential and office buildings. I think we're also at a point where we can afford to dismantle the... Oh, nope, they're converting. Let me just make sure that they've gotten the full crew. Yes. So probably due for another shipyard soon. Actually, we can probably get an early start on that. So I think that 2.1k in terms of credits is going to go entirely into repairing this ship. Still, it's the right call. Oh, that's right. I need to upgrade this energy pylon.
Conversion complete.
What gives? Oh, because the command center's down. This is going to be a little scary for a bit.
Extraction complete.
So notice the rebel threat meter's going up a lot because of these upgrades. Ah! Okay, yeah. I was going to say everything was off because I didn't have fuel or energy for anything, but they sorted it out amongst themselves. Cool. Okay. We are drowning in Zethane. I think I can actually afford to turn off this plant for... Well, not really, but I'll let them tick up for a little bit. I think I'm going to wrap this up. Gonna wrap this up relatively soon, but I'd like to try and clear out a couple more tasks if I can. I'm slightly annoyed that I did not stick with that. Okay, don't know about repair costs. I don't have any artifacts, so I'm gonna have to make a decision. Let's scrap you. Hey, we've already got a work shift. Cool. How is it? This thing really doesn't have that can't be right. It's covered by the pylon. I guess I need to upgrade it one more time. Now, I'm not going to do that now because we need like we need these energy plants running. But at the end of the work shift, we'll fix that. Oh no, hang on. There we go. Right, I think I know what happened. Because this thing was short. In any case, we've got the fuel that we need. So, I'll be honest with you, there's not a whole lot of reason for me to have this generator and all that here. However, the storage for, like, just the energy and all of that, it doesn't hurt. So I'm going to stick a bunch of batteries where I can. One last one here. This is kind of wasteful of the tier 2 resources, but we've got so many it doesn't really matter. Oops. Okay. So if I want, I can obviously turn on the power floors. I'm not going to do that, though. What else? So we're earning at a pretty good clip, so it's 10.4 per minute. So to give you an idea, 6 minutes I get another artifact patch, basically. We do, however, want to manage waste better, I think. I think we have enough for dedicated employees. Yeah, I'm gonna let them sort things out amongst themselves there, but... Okay, we're in a slightly better state than we were before. I do think I want to, finish off that business with the rebels, though, so... And that'll be what we finish the evening on. There's actually a side of me that wants to do that for more than one camp, but we need to find that other camp. The other thing that I can do... So I do want to build a fuel turbine near this crack at some point, but let's get that hospital down, because that's going to save me on influence costs for the migrants. I'm going to prioritize the roads just because it means the materials get there a bit faster. Let's see if I can find that. Let's see if I can find that base again. Oh, it's nowhere near where I think it should be up here.
Building complete.
This should be pretty straightforward. I don't recall if we took out... I don't think we did take... Yeah, there we go. Ah, he's got friends. Okay. I'm going to take a different approach this time. I'm going to take out the guns and then... Oh, crumbs. They've also got a... They've also got a weapon. Okay. This should actually be kind of straightforward to destroy. Looks like there's a third ship in the background there too. Okay. I'm gonna wait for payday. We got like 15 minutes. Apparently that wasn't enough to stop them from being able to hit me with some nasty attacks. I'm going to buy a couple more trucks because I'm noticing that the transport hub's looking pretty empty. I also want to make sure I'm not losing the ships, but I do have other things to pay attention to.
Is the recording on? Good. Thank you, Nick. I need to log in some memos for today. Well, it's done. The conference and the speech went over well, even if I had to grit my teeth through it. So much about this work is pretending, but I suppose the cost of honesty is more than most of us want to pay. Ah, I appreciate the thought, Nick. I like this new brew you've chosen, by the way. You got it from Luna, correct? No, I don't miss it there. People make a fuss about it, but Luna is as rotten as anywhere else. Full of people looking to get ahead while trampling over their fellows. It's sickening, and not as different from Titan as you think. Pardon me. I didn't mean to rant. Anyway, press conference is over. I shouldn't fixate on it. All that awkwardness is behind us now. We can only hope Balric Applications is better than their reputation. Now, what was I doing? Oh, right. Note to self. Look over the donation budget for the charity auction.
I'm gonna have to move the Calamitous Telesto back in a little bit just because of the Rebel turret. I definitely can use them to support the fire though. This thing's a tough customer. Employees are managing, so what we're going to do here, we're actually going to go after the Unity first. This thing's really not that frightening. So basically the Forgotten in Slatus, I hope I said that correctly, they're going to be taking all the hits. And then we're sort of working as backup. It's definitely a lot more damage than I wanted to take here. I'd be a little worried if we wind up with another rebel attack after this, but as long as I have enough to repair one of the ships, we should be okay. If we don't, the next rebel attack is actually going to be pretty fearsome. I think we'll probably get to like about 90 when we take out this rebel HQ. Oh, hang on, we're taking out a turret though, so that might actually be enough to push things over the edge. We'll find out. Maybe in prep though we get another shipyard down. Sadly, that's not in range. So, I'm gonna bite the bullet. We'll also upgrade the smokestack. And while we're at it, might as well upgrade the storage facility. I'd upgrade the transport hub too if I could. So I think the way I'm gonna handle this one, given the situation as far as repairs go, once we take out the rebel turret, I think I'm going to take the Calamitous Telesto and send that straight back to the shipyard. I'm not going to do that right away because the more firepower we put on the rebel turret, the faster we're going to be able to stop the damage to the Forgotten Enceladus. But once that's dealt with, I do want to have a ship sort of at least on the path to repair. Obviously, we don't have the money for it. Of course, I also have the influence that I can request. I feel a little bad that I did that, but I do need the money, so. Cool. It's looking pretty good. So again, the emptying out my influence was purely about repairing this ship. I would have preferred to have used it for the artifact patch, but the key here is the fact we're at 78%. 79, we're almost certainly going to see a rebel attack off of destroying that HQ. So I want this thing to be repaired as quickly as possible. Okay, only 87. Oh. I was actually expecting a much more savage response. So, in this case, we already know, well, roughly where the rival is. This is more the fact that I'm able to... Like, we're not at a rebel attack yet, so this is a chance for me to sort of prowl around a bit and see where the bad guys are. Okay, so that's almost certainly an active rebel cat. Yep. That is really close to home. Okay, if this thing keeps following me, I'm just going to turn on my turrets. This is great news, because I do need to find some isotopes. Actually, on that note, I should probably be mining out this patch at this point. So there's a handful of things that I want to do. Nope. It's a little too eager, my friend. So what I'm thinking here is another command center so that I can get the 3rd ruin monument up and running. That's borderline reckless, to be completely honest, but we have a lot of power. And it obviously doesn't hurt to be able to generate a whole lot of influence very quickly. That's also going to put me on the path to moving up towards that isotope mine, which is going to give me a little bit more of a stable source of isotopes, which will finally mean that I can do some meaningful upgrades. Okay, I'm going to use you for repairs first. I really like how they've modified this song. Ah! The attack is imminent. That's next week me's problem. Yeah, this was great. I mean, I almost went twice my normal length doing Industries of Titan, and I do apologize that I didn't get the kind of the disclosure in terms of the, being given the key out of the way at the start, but I hope that's a good signal as any, or as good of a signal as any, that I like this game a lot, and there's a reason why I keep returning to it. But I do actually need to, so I need to get some writing done, and I actually need to be in the office tomorrow, and specifically there's a coworker who has come in from Toronto who I know want to just get a chance to grab coffee and have a chat. So I really appreciate all of you hanging out to the bitter end with me, especially when I get in the zone on Industries of Titan. I'm really liking this map. Like, in one sense, I'm just infuriated by this map because it's so difficult. And in another sense, I'm delighted that there's still some stuff in the game that makes me want to earn my my keep, let's say. I'm also delighted to say that there is another streamer that's doing Industries of Titan. It looks like Derillion, which feels like it's a name that I've mentioned before, but they are currently doing Industries of Titan as well. So I am delighted to say that I have a Industries of Titan streamer to host. Now, I do feel bad that I have to say this so often, but we have been hit by this before. I don't know most of these people who I'm hosting. I hope it's good. I hope you treat them well and that you have a fun time with Industries of Titan. But as always, I can't vouch for them. And it has kind of come up that there's a couple people where it's like, yeah, I really regret hosting them. But it's always good to assume the best. So I just always want to be clear. Sometimes I feel like I have to say something in the stream following, and that doesn't always work. So wanted to take the minute to just get the disclaimer out of the way. But if they're streaming Industries of Titan, at least we know that they've got good taste. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I'm not sure what I'm doing on Friday yet. I feel there's one side of me that wants to do Against the Storm. There's another side of me that wants to do more Cyberpunk. It's another side of me that wants to do oh, that's right, Book of Hours is crumbs. I gotta think how I'm gonna book out my day tomorrow. Anyways, there's lots of stuff to do. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Please treat Derillion well, and I'll see some of you Friday. Those of you who just want to see Industries of Titan, I'll see you in a week. And if you just hung out because you wanted to support a really small streamer and I won't see you again, thank you for hanging out.